Già 2.
¿Con?
morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Those who have joined today. Mohit? Yes, sir. Good morning, all of you. I welcome Monty, sir, A.K. Monty, sir, who, in spite of busy schedule, he accepted my request, but he is very busy today due to some explosive contract in CIL. So, sir has called me and briefed me about the situation, and sir is not able to take the full session, and sir has requested some another person to take this session. Sir will also brief you about some glimpses of this when he will get the time during the session. And sir is currently General Manager in CIL headquarters. Prior joining to CIL, sir worked in various subsidiaries of CIL, example in ECL in different capacity. And currently, sir is looking after material management department of CIL. And today's topic of discussion is global tender and contracts. With this preamble, I request sir to take the session and interact with the participant. Once again, I welcome everybody who are connected, and I hope you will bear with me because there is a crisis which has cropped up since last 2-3 days regarding supply of explosive. This is a part of the contract also. So I will welcome with the problem we are facing right now. So I have to address some issues with the director and the chairman. So I will be back as soon as it is over. So I think say within half an hour. But however, in between, I will request Fernando Sahab, he is the chief manager here, dealing with many critical tenders and also in global tenders. He is being a pioneer in that field of NIT preparation. He will be briefing you with the details, and there is a PPT prepared which will be you may discuss and have your queries clarified. And I think I will come back and I will address you and address your questions and any queries that I think I will be able to clarify. So I think you all will bear with me for the timing. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
हम आपके साथ हैं यही है ना आप आगे बढ़िए हम आपके साथ हैं
Sir, we don't have stocks, sir, technically.
I request you to talk something positive, sir. Those people.
These are the facts, sir. These are the facts, sir.
I have told you one day. Your voice is really beautiful.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. I'm Arul Fernandez, Chief Manager, MM, in Coal India, and looking after imports. So I have some idea about the global tenders and everything. Let us a PPT card. PPT is been shared. Has the PPT been shared with you all?
No, sir. No, sir. PPT has not been shared.
Has not been shared. Okay, let me see. Okay, without the PPT, there are two types of tenders which we do in Coal India. They are the domestic tenders, and where felt necessary, we will also go for global tenders when the participation we think in domestic tenders will be less and there are less indigenous manufacturers. So that's the beginning. So we'll now talk about the when do we issue global tenders. We issue global tenders when goods and services of required quality, specifications, etc. may not be available in India. And competitive offers from abroad are also solicited. So what we do is we issue global tenders with the approval of GMMF. And the specs are framed in such a way that global manufacturers can also participate in the tenders. Normally, in domestic tenders, we only allow domestic participants In some cases, domestic, we allow the the Indian agent of the foreign manufacturer to quote in Indian rupees. But when we go for global tenders, they have to quote necessarily in the foreign currency.
बढ़िया.
Is it okay? I'm trying to share the PPT. Let's see if somebody is coming.
3 साल ना.
Sir, before PPT came, one question related to explosives.
Yeah.
Sir, explosive is a running contract where we finalize the vendors.
Yes, yes.
So how we establish the rate? Because if I am not very much aware,
Yeah.
whether the rates are quoted are different or it is same. Because I have to go for a running contract of petrol and diesel, where the rates are almost equal for everyone. So how we can establish?
In explosives, we have a common rate. In LD and accessories, it's a common rate for all subsidiaries. PAN, Coal India, all subsidiaries will have the same rate. And the rate, there's a quarterly revision. So the rate remains the same. We depend on the ammonium nitrate rates, the diesel rates, and the CPI, Consumer Price Index, and we escalate the price every quarter. But it's PAN, Coal India, it is the same rate.
No, the thing is, if one has to go for a running contract for diesel HSD,
Yes.
then how can we finalize L1? Because almost in suppose in Ranchi I have to conclude, so I will ensure that someone from Ranchi only bids, limited to that Ranchi people.
Yeah.
So everybody will share the same rate. So how will we decide?
There are instances in petrol where we have a long-term contract with for diesel with in I think WCL. One party has IOCL, yeah, BPCL had given us a discount.
Okay.
And you can have multiple RCs, and it's up to it's up to you how do you design your this thing. It is how you design your tender and you give the price, the distribution. That so and so will get 50%. The others will, the other one who matches the L1 price will get 30%. The third one will get 20%. Suppose on matching the L1 price, you can do a tender and finalize accordingly. Is it okay? You have to frame the tender such that the distribution pattern is known how it will be done, and you can ask.
Yes, that is I have seen. But the thing is, if the sellers from Ranchi only quotes, they almost quote the same rate. Almost, if 5 or 4 people participates, they almost quote the same rate.
Depending the value, go for reverse auction.
Reverse auction.
Reverse auction, they will compete to get the turnover and the price. They will compete. They will offer discounts. They will go down.
Okay.
They need volumes.
Okay.
Okay. The next next slide is regarding there in GT. However, there are some restriction public procurement. There was an office memorandum issued in May 2020 of Department of Expenditure, Government of India, wherein they said that GT can only be done for cases which are above 200 crores. Hello. That's the Fernando बोल रहा हूँ साहब I think वहाँ चले गए सर DT के हाँ and if you want to do tenders for global tenders below 200 crores, then you have to take specific approval from the Secretary Coordination Cabinet Secretariat. And it's very difficult to get these approvals. So if it is 200 crores and below, you have to first go in for a domestic tender.
Yes, sir.
And sir, GTs are mandatory for tenders above 200 crores.
If you have enough participants, it's not mandatory. If you think that 200 crores you can manage with domestic tenders, there are enough participants who can supply indigenously. You need not go in for GT. You take your approval accordingly.
So if there are suppliers, one of the suppose there is one supplier or manufacturer in India, even that can we go for GT?
No, initially if it is less than 200 crores, you cannot do GT. You have to do a domestic tender.
Yes, sir.
That's the compulsion we are having from this Department of Expenditure
Expenditure.
circular.
Yes,
As
sir.
of now, this is the circular. 200 crores and below, you have to do you have to go to the domestic field first, and then let's see. Most of the time, what we see is BML only quotes in a domestic tender for equipment, but we have to do that.
Yes, sir.
Sir, global tenders can also be of the form that foreign bidders are allowed, but the currency of bid is only rupees. And after, in case of award of work, they shall open an office and register themselves for GST in India.
Excuse me, come again, come again. I didn't, I was disturbed.
Sir, I said that global tenders can also be of the form that foreign bidders are allowed to participate in the tender. However, the currency of bid is rupees. It is not foreign currency, and the
No, the
condition
global
is.
tender will necessarily mean that you want them to quote in foreign currency. You will import the item. You will import the item from
No, sir, in case of works, in
certain
case of works.
content. Can you all see the PPT now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, come again, come again. Hello?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me, tell me.
Sir, in case of works contract, global contracts for works, award of work,
Yes.
therein we can have. I mean, we are following this provision under BOO model that foreign bidders are allowed to participate. However, in case of award of work, they shall register themselves in India under GST.
Yeah,
But
okay. Then they can quote in Indian rupees. Yes. Here
but
also there is a mechanism. In certain cases, when we allow the foreign entity to quote in Indian rupees, there are certain parts we say, but the main equipment, what we do in global tenders, main equipment we want to import because it will be cheaper for us. And customs duty we pay directly to the thing. We are the direct importers.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. In certain cases, in these global tenders, like specialized equipment and the spares and consumables required for educational and research institutes, the approving authority for giving GT has been delegated to the secretary of the concerned ministry. These are the restrictions which are there. In certain cases, you can take approval even for GT because there are no manufacturers in India. So you can take approval from the concerned secretary of the concerned ministry. Like in case we want to buy something, we have to take for these specialized equipment, spares and consumables for those items. We have to take the approval from the secretary of the Ministry of Coal. And there are some there is a particular format in which you have to fill up these documents to get GT relaxation. There are some additional guidelines where the procuring authority has to apply for GT relaxation. I told you one or two. Domestic tenders have to be floated in the first place. For which, that's what I was saying, for which approval has to be obtained. If when you want to take approval for GT, first you have to do a domestic tender. Suppose that and the domestic tender fails, then you have to take the proposal with the deliberations to DPIT and relevant industrial bodies. You have to, there are every manufacturing consortium sort of has a industrial body which looks after their interests. So you have to go to them and they will tell you if a particular manufacturer will be able to provide that particular equipment or that particular service. After these things are done, then you can take the approval of the ministry will not look into it till you do this relevant DPIT and relevant industrial bodies for identification till you go to them. Only when these fail, then they will start looking for giving approvals.
Sir, the second portion is nowadays very confusing because we write to the DPIT and there is no response.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. As of now, we are not getting so many letters have gone from here, reminders after reminders. We have not got. Till now, what I understand in Coal India, we have been able to take relaxation for only OTR tire of a particular capacity. Till now, we have not been able to get relaxation from them. So you have to go through the method, and let us hope in the future we'll get those approvals. Here, Coal India, from the subsidiaries, they all approach Coal India. We are going to the relevant DPIIT, but we are not getting the relaxations till now. It's highest levels are involved, and it's very difficult to take. You also, when you do this thing for GT relaxation, you have to have a 3 to 5 year plan mandated for the Make in India preference, which has to be published on the Coal India or the subsidiary website. Like, what are the probabilities of procuring the same items at us within the next 5 years? So that the relevant entity who's going to manufacture, who plans to manufacture, he knows this will be my volumes in the next 5 years. Because no manufacturer is going to manufacture a particular item just for 1 or 2 quantities. He's building up his plant so that the whole thing comes steady. The requirements are steady. That's also one reason why we don't get good response from the manufacturers, because maybe that item, scientific item or whatever, it's a one-time requirement, or maybe 3 years you'll buy once or twice. So people don't want to domestic manufacturer don't want to enter that particular field to manufacture that item. Is it okay?
Sir, whether we have got any approval for procurement of printers?
Printers, it's still in process, and we have not got it as yet.
Okay.
It is still that same, what you were saying, it has gone to DPIIT, what I understand, but we have not got approvals from them as yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a very long drawn process. And we have to still keep sending reminders after reminders. We still got no response. And there's a particular format which has to be filled up to get the relaxation. Is very tedious format. It has to be given correctly. Every time it goes, it comes back. This has not been done properly. You get
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and all those.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm moving forward. One particular relaxation which the government has given us is for spare parts and consumables which you have to buy from OEM, OES or OPMs. Original equipment manufacturers or original equipment suppliers or even original parts manufacturers. In case it is not available in India, then we do not take the approval of the concerned ministry or the concerned DPIIT to issue GT. Now they have given us a relaxation. There was an amendment issued maybe around 1 year back where they said that for spare parts of OEM, OES and OPMs of a particular foreign supplier, foreign equipment, you can issue GT straight away, because you will be importing the parts. So you need not take approval. So your approval of your competent authority at the level of the subsidiary will be sufficient to issue GT. Recently, this Department of Expenditure has also issued a list of items for safe operation of plant and machinery and planned capacity building in oil and gas PSUs. It's a huge list from the oil and gas public ONGC, then Indian Oil. These sort of public sectors have got that relaxation. They must have worked hard and got this. But these items are very specific to that particular oil and gas sector. Because we have seen the list, it's very rare that any particular item from
Coal India has also endorsed that list.
it has endorsed and sent to you. What I have seen from that list is very few items will actually be useful for Coal India.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've gone through.
Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
What I could see is maybe 1 or 2 items will come into which Coal India can pay. If you are buying some safety item from that sort of this thing, it is. But for underground and open cast mines, I have not seen any list, any item in that list which can be procured easily through that Department of Expenditure circular.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any questions till now?
Sir, whether we follow the payment method in LC format only in all global tenders, or there is some other way?
LC format, LC is compulsory for this thing. Unless it's a very low values, then we can do direct remittance and everything. But LC is the normal format for which we do in global tenders.
Okay, sir.
The next thing which has come from the Department of Expenditure is there was a circular in 23rd July 2020 regarding countries which share land border with India, with regarding to the eligibility of procurement, whether of goods, services, or works. Only if they are registered with the competent authority, which is DPIIT. This relates basically to the time when we had the Chinese problem in Ladakh.
Yes.
Ladakh in Kashmir, and they entered, and then the circular came out, we will not buy anything from China.
Yes, sir. But in spite of that circular, we have an export of 100 billion this fiscal from China.
That is overall. Maybe this is basically related to the public sectors and government of India. It is not binding, what I understand, on the private sector. So that is why you might be seeing that sort of volumes which are coming out in Hindi. Here we were having one or two cases where Chinese firms had quoted for our equipment, but they were unable to give us this certificate that they have been registered with DPIIT. They have applied maybe 1 year back. As soon as the circular came out, they started applying that they are Chinese firms based in India, but having people who are the directors and everyone are Chinese people, but they have not been able to get this thing. Even it's 1 year past, it has not been this thing. But one circular came out in 8 February 21. It's not 20. 8 February 21, which came out this particular circular where they saying it is bidder is permitted to procure raw materials, components, sub-assemblies, etc. from the vendors from such countries which share a land border with India. Such vendors will not be required to be registered with component that is not regarded as subcontracting. As long as it's not considered as subcontracting, maybe you will be able to procure raw materials, components, sub-assemblies from this. This was one relaxation which came out of this land sharing, because there are a lot of Chinese equipment which are working in the fields. Even in Coal India and certain Chinese firms have been able to get contracts. So that time to procure the spares from them was getting difficult. So these part of districts are have been allowed to from vendors from these countries. Second is, however, in case the bidder has proposed to supply finished goods directly procured indirectly from the vendors, then such vendor will have to be compulsorily registered with their component authority. Suppose finished goods are to be procured, then you are not allowed to, you have to be registered with DPIIT, and then only you will be able to supply in this particular instance. Any questions on this particular? This is a new concept came in last year only, and this has caused us to lose out on some certain firms. Certain Chinese firms are being debarred in this because of this thing.
So there were amendments or there were details of this proposal in context of evaluation of the bids, stage of evaluation of bids as well.
Yeah, at that time when the first circular came out, they were told you can stop the evaluation.
Yes, sir. If the first part of evaluation is completed, then we may go ahead.
Yes. That sort of concept was allowed in the circular is very complete. The first circular was very comprehensive, where they said even if you have started the process but you have not concluded, you stop the process. That time it was at its peak. the war and everything, those people were entering Kashmir side and building up so many things. And then this was the outcome of that.
So then there was a question regarding it, but if that clause is not available, then later I'll ask.
Which clause?
No, so that particular circular, sir, because there were some tenders related to work contracts, sir, not
Okay.
procurement,
Okay.
wherein we had concluded the LOI to a consortium.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes,
Uh,
yes. There were some sort of circulars over there. I'm not very conversant with the work side, but they were there. 1 minute, excuse me. Hello. हाँ सर फर्नांडो बोल रहा हूँ सर साहब आई थिंक डीटी के पास है हाँ 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 सर वो शाक्य साहब बैठे हुए हैं सर वहाँ फोन कर लीजिए ना हाँ वही नेक्स्ट नंबर 614160 हाँ हाँ ठीक है सर Okay, continuing. Once we issue, this is now we are back to the normal circumstances for issuance of global tender. What are the necessities we have to, where it has to be published and how we are going to this thing. This is all part of the purchase manual also. Once a decision has been taken to float a global tender, we have to publish in addition to publication on the e-portal. Normally we are now doing e-tendering, so we publish that document and the CPS and the TPS and the BOQ in the portal. The details of the tenders are published in the website of the company. Either in the subsidiary company in Coal India, we publish on our Coal India website. In subsidiaries, they have their own websites, they publish it. And CPP portal is the central procurement purchasing portal. And once you publish it in the e-procurement portal, it goes automatically within some time to the CPP portal. Any changes we extend or do anything on the e-procurement portal, it also goes to the CPP portal automatically. This is compulsory. We do the publication. We now also, as per the manual, the notice of tenders is sent to Indian embassies situated abroad, asking them, saying that we are a public sector, and in situated, we ask, please ask your manufacturers to quote for this tender. And we also inform foreign consulate general situated in India. But we send the letter, the notice of the tender goes to them.
Sir, how you send it to, sir, Indian embassies situated
Indian
abroad?
embassies, we have a list of emails. We send it through emails. There are 100, 150 emails we have combined. We got the thing over a period of time. 100, 150 emails are there. In one shot, we just copy paste and send it to them. One or two bounce back. One or two reply to us, say, sir, give us more details. Then we tell you, watch our website. But normally it goes and it stays as it is.
Sir,
It's
sir,
a formality sort of this.
sir, can we get the list of
Yeah,
email
I'll
ID?
be able to send it. You send me your email address. You can. I will say we'll give you the list.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
We'll send you the list of this. And foreign consulate situated in India, it says, but normally because we are in Coal India, we sent around 15, 20 consulates which are in Kolkata. We don't go for thing. But we make sure the Indian embassies abroad. I think 100, 120, 150 embassies. We've got a list. One of our juniors had done the exercise. And all the emails we at Ministry of External Affairs has those lists. There we combined everything and we sent. And for global tender, next thing is the global tender minimum time for submission of bid should be 30 days from the date of publication of tender in the portal. We have to give a little bit more time on domestic tender. In domestic tender, we try to say 21 days is sufficient from the date for submission of bids, but because it is a global tender, we give them 30 days time to do the
Sir,
bid.
sir, if you have an arrangement of pre-bid meeting in the
Yes. Even
proposed
if it is
tender.
a pre-bid meeting, we hold it 15 days prior to the end date of submission. 7 days before the once the pre-bid is done, We get the clarification in 10-15 days. We submit up, we collate the whole thing, we do a pre-bid meeting. Nowadays, it's all online. Mostly earlier we used to do it offline. The people used to come to Coal India and the subsidiaries to do. Now we have everything done through VC. So we prepare the chart of each manufacturer or the Indian bidder, Indian agent, and discuss all the point. Normally we don't change anything much. One or two times it is true we issue corrigendums, but otherwise we stick to our stand. Coal India,
So, so
yes.
30 days period start post pre-bid meeting or from the date of
No,
publication?
30 days is from the date of publication of tender. Pre-bid is held maybe 15 to or 16 days after the publication of tender, and then within 7 days of the because the date of submission of the tender document starts only 1 day after the pre-bid meeting is held. Where a pre-bid meeting is held, 1 day after the pre-bid is held, the date of submission opens, and they get
Yes, sir.
15 days time to submit the offer.
So eventually you're offering only 15 days time.
Yeah, we are offering 15 days time, and within 7 days of that pre-bid meeting, we have to upload this thing. So finally, they actually, because of any clarifications, anything.
Sir,
Yes.
this is subject to where no amendment has been made to the NIT. If amendment is
If amendments are there, then we have to give them little bit more time sufficient. I think manual says at least 15 days extra time. We have to make sure there is 15 days time or something. I'm not very clear on that point. But we have to give them some extra days if in case there is a corrigendum or amendment issue. And normally people ask when these pre-bids are held, they ask for delivery time extension, which is normally given because there are anyway in HEMM there are very few bidders. Any questions on this pre-bid meeting and submission of offer and everything? Hello, is it okay? I'll go to the next slide.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then this is important terms which are used for the terms and which are meant for the global tenders. There's an International Chamber of Commerce, Paris, which has evolved certain commercial terms over a period of time which are widely accepted worldwide for global trade. These terms are called international commercial terms, which in short is called Incoterms. The examples are these. There are quite a few of them. There are examples like FOB, CFR, CIF, CIP, DPP, etc. Incoterms are used widely for worldwide for interpretation of the duties, obligation, risks of the buyer and the seller for delivery of the goods of seller's country to the buyer's country. These are very vital terms, and this is all internationally these are accepted terms. Latest version of Incoterms is 2020, which is now going on. And the these terms are recognized by the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law as a global standard for such interpretation. In respect of Incoterms, responsibility of making payment towards custom duty lies with the purchaser, except when it is a DPP Incoterm. Normally, in the subsidies, when it is being done as spares being procured or this thing, it is FOB, free on board Incoterms. We are doing on FOB basis. But slowly, at CIFR, we have been doing for global tenders, which are for tires. But normally, it is CI today. As of now, we are doing CIP.
Yes.
Payments. CIP and this thing. This is more or less CIP would also in one way look at FOR destination. Responsibility of reaching the material up to site is lying with the supplier.
CIP.
1 minute. Hello. Sir, nahi aaye, sir. हाँ आने से बता नहीं हम नहीं आ पा रहे सर ये ले रहे सर क्लास साहब का क्लास हाँ वो शर्मा साहब है सर लगता है अरे नहीं हाँ उषा भी हम नहीं देखे उस मनिक से
ठीक है
These are very legalized. These are huge. There are huge books which relate to Incoterms and duties and obligations, risks, and of the this are very clearly mentioned. So these are our interpretation. We are more concerned with FOB and CIP. This thing, but the other terms. There are other terms also which have to be maintained in the international when you're buying and selling. Linkage between Incoterms and date of delivery. Delivery terms in respect of contracts incorporating standard and commonly used Incoterms are as follows. In FCA, it stands for free carrier. The date on which the supplier delivers the goods to buyer's carrier. This date is reflected in the bill of lading airway bill. This term, though, can be used for any mode of transport, but is normally used for air consignment. FCA, this is very rare where we import actually through air. Spares and consumable, maybe spares, some of the spares in urgency we are importing through air, otherwise it is coming through sea. The FOB is the normal shipment, port of shipment. FOB stands for free on board. When I right up to the port, up to their port, up to loading is their responsibility. After that, it becomes the responsibility of the buyer. The date on which the supplier delivers the goods on vessel's board at the specific port of shipment. This date is reflected in the bill of lading. The next one is CFR, port of destination. CFR stands for cost and freight. The date on which the goods arrive at the destination port is the date for which will be considered for CFR supplies. Then the next one is CIF, port of destination. CIF stands for cost, insurance, and freight. This is also the same thing. The goods arrive at destination port. Till then, it is the responsibility of the seller. After that, it becomes the responsibility of the buyer. Then the one which we are now using is
CIP.
Coal India, CIP.
Yes, sir.
CIP is now being used in Coal India for its major HMM contracts, name, place of the carriage and insurance paid too. When you are paying the cost, you are paying the insurance, you are also paying the freight. Everything is included in this, except the customs duty, everything. The date of delivery is the named place of destination placed in the contract. This is now, it is to be reached at site. It is similar to FOR destination. When you reach the material at site, then the delivery is taken at the site. Let's see what next one. Yes.
Sir,
What I
what
was
is
saying,
GDP?
Coal India large capacity HMM of large
What is
high
GDP?
capacity HMM are imported on CIP
Sir,
basis.
we have a doubt.
Yes.
Sir, what is GDP?
DDP. Sharma sir, DDP क्या है? Okay. Delivered duty paid. I was also not aware. Delivered duty paid. When I paid, duty has to be paid and then it has to be delivered. That is the responsibility is on the seller to pay the duty. All the other cases, the buyer was paying the customs duty.
Okay.
Okay. In large capacity HMM are being procured on CIP basis. We have done huge contracts. Most of the subsidiaries would have received, headquarters would have received our contracts for wheel dozers, crawler dozers. Then we had 190-ton dumpers, 150-ton dumpers, now drag lines and shovels. Okay.
सर एक क्वेश्चन है
Yes.
सर, जब हम CIP कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करते हैं
Yes.
तो सिंस कस्टम ड्यूटी तो इज पार्ट ऑन कोल इंडिया,
Yes, we are paying it directly.
तो जब हमारा एस्टिमेट प्रिपेयर करते हैं किसी टेंडर को फ्लोट करने में, उसमें एस्टिमेशन में कस्टम ड्यूटी कंसीडर करते हैं कि नहीं पहले?
Yes, yes.
और फिर उसका इवैल्यूएशन कैसे करते हैं? मतलब जब पार्टी कोट करेगा विदाउट कस्टम ड्यूटी, क्योंकि
No, he's quoting customs duty. Our BOQ is designed such that the customs duty, basic customs duty, the social welfare tax, IGST ka rates are, they have to be given in the, they have to be mentioned in the BOQ.
तो सर जब बीडर इंक्लूसिव ऑफ कस्टम ड्यूटी कोट करता है,
हाँ,
तो पेमेंट हमको उसको कस्टम ड्यूटी काट के करते हैं फिर?
उसको पेमेंट हम लोग डायरेक्टली टू द कस्टम्स दे देते हैं।
नंबर चढ़ा के सब चीज को
वो सब फॉर्मूला है। कस्टम ड्यूटी वी दे जस्ट गिव अस अ चेकलिस्ट, इतना का ये आइटम्स जब आया है, दिस इज द चेकलिस्ट ऑफ द कस्टम्स, दिस इज द रेट एट व्हिच बीसीडी विल बी पेड। बाकी हम लोग चेक करके वी डू द, वी गिव देम द पेमेंट डायरेक्टली टू द कस्टम्स अथॉरिटीज। कभी कभी क्या होता है, in case customs varies, there is a statutory change in the custom duty from what he has been he has declared in his bid. Subsequently, later on, from 15%, say it has changed to 25%. Statutory increase, government has increased the thing. Then we'll have to pay 25%. उससे recover नहीं करेंगे. But if he has quoted wrongly or he has interpreted the custom duty in a way that it is say 10%, but it was subsequently that without any change, it is actually when the customs has appraised, it has comes to 25%, 15%, then a difference has to be, will be deducting from his bills.
सर
We have to have such clauses in the NIT.
सर कस्टम ड्यूटी तो हम लोग फिक्स कर देते होंगे ना, अगर कुछ आइटम के लिए जो एज पर नॉर्म्स है इंडिया का, उसके हिसाब से वो अमाउंट तो फिक्स होता होगा।
हाँ, that is known. वो HSN कोड के हिसाब से उन लोग they will be able to tell the buyer as well as the seller knows what is the customs duty to be paid for this particular item.
बिकॉज अगर डिफरेंस होगा तो L1 चेंज हो जाएगा।
L1 नहीं है। Once the L1 is determined, it is if he has made a mistake in the in evaluation, in quoting the wrong customs duty, he has to bear the brunt. वो हम लोग उससे जो डिफरेंस है वो रिकवर कर लेंगे।
ओके।
Custom duty is paid to the purchaser based on certain documents like checklist on the bill of entry prepared by the customs house agent engaged by the supplier. They give the checklist to Coal India. Coal India का हम लोग का CNF cell, एक specialized cell है this for this CNF cell है जो custom duty related and port clearance and dispatch to the site. They look after these activities. They take care of this custom duty and this thing, and it is paid almost immediately. As soon as the checklist comes, you have a certain time only to which the custom duty has to be paid, otherwise the valuation increases. So they normally have their, it is done immediately. See, payments normally, जो आपका first कोई question किया था कि for the contracts which are concluded for importation of material directly from the overseas, payment to overseas mandatory shall normally be made through letter of credit. Letter of credit, there are standard forms of the company of the banks.
कल कर दिए थे ना, करवा तो दिए थे तुम।
It is done through the LCs. Finance department normally takes care of the opening of the letter of credit through their branch office in Calcutta or directly वहाँ से करें. There is some instances where in case of you can direct in cases of small values is allowed against proof of dispatch and other important documents.
सुनो कर तो कर लो ना, पैसा इकट्ठा करके कुछ स्टेटमेंट निकाल लेना, आएगा तब नहीं देना तो।
सर आपका
Sir, please mute your mic.
Oh, sorry sir, sorry.
Yes, sir. For procurement of imported item in rupee from any Indian supplier, payment terms applicable for indigenous materials shall be stipulated. See, that is the what I was saying. Because imported materials are made from rupee payment from any Indian supplier, like the Indian agent of the foreign manufacturer has quoted, he wants the payment in Indian rupees, then the materials will come through the Indian supplier and the payment will be made in Indian rupees. However, necessary documentation for the authenticity and genuineness of supply of imported shall be obtained from the supply firm. So normally we ask for copy of the bill of entry, copy of the bill of lading, copy of the exchange rate. So something, there are some terms which were there in the old manual. This manual mein utna clearly defined nahi hai, but you have to take some documents for authenticity and genuineness of the supply of imported materials has to be obtained from the supply from when we are taking the payment in, when we are getting the imported materials in Indian rupees. You have to take the genuineness of
इंश्योरेंस चार्जेस वगैरह कैसे इसमें देखते हैं सर? वो जैसे कोई सामान अगर फॉरेन से मंगाते हैं अपने
when the firm is quoting, they are giving us an import, what will be the marine freight and what will be the insurance charges. CIP contracts, I'm talking of CIP contracts. In that case, the payment is it is up to them to get the material insured and supply it to us. What we do is mainly we sit and we say that this is your limiting factor. If they say $1,000, it will be limited to $1,000. You have to give documentary proof for getting the payment against the insurance. And for FOB contracts, it's up to the subsidiary company or the CNF cell to do the insurance. Is it okay?
Yes, yes sir.
Okay. In global tenders, apart from normal stipulation regarding eligibility, provenness, delivery, etc., the aspects relating to Incoterms and payment terms to letter are to be clearly stipulated for the purpose of evaluation of bids and smooth execution of resultant contracts. This is understood. It has to be very clear. At what terms you are buying the material, what will be the payment terms, what are the documents to be taken, invoices, then the Chamber of Commerce certificate that it has been manufactured in that particular country. So many documents are there. So you have to documents have to be very clearly defined what to make the payment. Because if the bank finds that there are certain discrepancies in your documents, they will send it to us. Should we accept this documents or should we send back the documents? They will ask the Coal India or the subsidiary finance department what should we do. If it's a minor discrepancies, then normally it is accepted. Otherwise, it is sent back to the company, to the bank, saying that payment cannot be done. You tell them to submit the actual documents. Any questions? Monty Saab has still not come. Sharma Saab, आप कुछ आके बोलेंगे? I have come to thank you. PPT is over. Thank you. Now I'm passing on to the expert. Maybe 5-10 minutes you can take questions. Mr. Sharma will take questions. He's the GMMM. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Today there has been crisis of explosives, so the faculty, Mr. Mohanty, could not attend this session, and our colleague, Mr. Fernando, took the session. See, the topic is very vast, and we can interact on the topic. If you throw some questions, we can provide you answers. So basically, in nutshell, global tendering. He has talked about the restrictions presently imposed by Government of India on global tender, because Government of India wants to encourage domestic production, indigenous industrial growth. So under Make in India, there is restriction not to float tender up to 200 crore. If items are not manufactured indigenously, then one has to seek approval from the competent authority. who is normally the secretary, coordination cabinet secretary. In certain cases, the approving authority has been delegated to secretary of the concerned ministry. And there is a procedure, formats are to be filled in, and three guidelines are there. Domestic tender has to be floated, indigenous sources have to be identified, or interaction with DPIIT. DPIIT is Department for Promotion of Industrial Trade, IIT, in Department of Promotion of Industrial Trade, industrial.
Internal trade.
Yeah, sorry, I was not getting it. Okay. So the DPIT and the relevant industrial manufacturing association. After that, and the projections for the requirement for 3 to 5 years are to be uploaded on the website. So these three guidelines and the required information in the requisite format to be filled in. It has to be sent from, say, subsidiary to CIL headquarters. Then from CIL headquarters, it goes to MOC. From MOC, it goes to Department of Expenditure. And from there, it goes to Cabinet Secretariat. It's a long drawn process. So far, I'll share you, we have been able to get this exemption in case of two items. One was OTR tire, 40R57, which is used in 240-ton dumper, and that is a specific quantity only. And second, we also got approval for floating tender for slope stability radar to be issued by WCL. Two cases are pending there. One is for hemodialysis machine for BCCL, and one is for 500 HP motor grader. Those are pending at MOC level or DOE level. So the rest of the proposals have been turned down by MOC on one ground or the other. They are very particular. If there is any column left, even if there is a mobile number, etc., is not appearing in the format, they turn it back to CIL, and in turn we send it to subsidiaries. So we have issued instructions to subsidiaries to fill in the format properly, so that at least rejection on this ground does not take place. That is about the restriction part. Suppose there has to be tender. If that item, the intent, the requirement is more than 200 crore and we float a global tender, then formalities Mr. Fernando must have talked about. In addition to normal publication, it is to be sent to embassies worldwide, in foreign embassies or foreign consulate generals in India and Indian embassies outside. Through mail, we send the notice and if possible also the tender inquiry, so that wider participation can be there. See, global tender happens on the basis of Incoterms. Incoterms he has talked about. There are various terms. These are governed by, rather evolved by International Chamber of Commerce Paris, and they are accepted worldwide. Though there may not be legal sanctity behind it, but in practice they are accepted worldwide. So it is very essential that in our tender document, NIT, we mention the precise Incoterm on which we want to have the contract signed. Whether it is FOB, FOB is very common term because FOB is free on board. Free on board means the responsibility of the supplier and the cost of the supplier is up to the point when he loads the goods on the designated ship. From that point on the port of shipment, after loading the material on the ship, the supplier's responsibility is over. And if anything happens, I mean, it is the purchaser who has to arrange further cost and further insurance, etc., from that point to the destination. I mean, from the port of shipment to port of arrival, marine insurance, marine cost, and from port of arrival, customs clearance, custom duty payment, and onward transportation to the site. Suppose it has to go to, say, Korba area. Then up to Korba, all the cost and insurance, all things have to be arranged by the purchaser. FOB used to be very common term. Earlier, Government of India had allowed import on the basis of FOB only. Now they have liberalized. We can import on any Incoterms as we like. There is no restriction from government side. But considering the market scenario, most of the suppliers are not willing to supply exceeding FOB or CIF. CIF is a next popular term, that is cost, insurance, freight, up to the port of arrival. Suppose we want to have materials up to port of Kolkata or port of Bombay. So supplier price, supplier is responsible for the shipment up to port of Kolkata at his cost and risk. He will be undertaking marine insurance, he will be arranging transportation, and he will be paying for the cost, and he will also be responsible if anything happens to the goods during transit. From Kolkata port onward is the responsibility of the purchaser to take over. So this is a CIF term. So many of the suppliers, especially for supply of spares or say medical equipment, survey equipment, laboratory equipment, they are not willing to go beyond FOB or in the worst case CIF. But Coal India has taken a policy to import the equipment on CIP basis. CIP is a further term to our advantage. It carries an insurance paid too. This is similar to the FOR destination term, which we use in domestic trade. So supplier is responsible up to the point where we want to have the material delivered. Suppose if we want to have material equipment. Yeah, yes, please.
So the question is, we don't know from which country the bidder is going to participate.
Fine.
Be it from China, UK, or Russia, or USA, we don't know.
Yeah.
Then how do we consider freight charges, insurance charges in the estimation process?
Yeah. So in the tender document and the BOQ, you have to keep estimation of requirement or the tender offer. Estimation of requirement is one thing at the time of raising index. Okay, that there are guidelines in purchase manual. I hope most of the participants are from Coal India only.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can talk referring to our manual.
Yes.
In purchase manual, there is a chapter on estimation of cost.
Yeah.
So most of the procedure for raising indent and providing approximate cost guidelines are there. So those are tentative. You can thumb rule, you can take say 10% for marine freight and insurance for raising the indent and getting it approved. Now, once the indent is approved, we float tender. So we prepare NIT. In the NIT and all the tenders are floated through e-procurement portal. Global tenders, there is no provision on GEM. So when we float a tender, we also create a BOQ, bill of quantity. In BOQ, we keep these columns open. It is the supplier who fills the value in these columns. Suppose we want to have a term with CIP. In case if there is a foreign manufacturer, he has to quote on CIP basis. And if the Indian manufacturer is quoting, he has to quote on a for destination basis. These stipulations are there for both categories of bidders. Accordingly, BOQ has to be designed for imported equipment and for domestic bidder. In case of imported bidder, similar to domestic bidder, you have to ask for, there will be a column for equipment price in foreign currency, then marine freight and marine insurance actually in foreign currency, then customs clearance charges. Custom duty, I am not talking about customs clearance charges because some expenses are incurred while getting the materials cleared at customs. So customs handling charges, clearance charges, a lump sum, you have to give a column for that, handling charge, customs clearance charge, etc. Then from say port of arrival, Calcutta, Bombay, Chennai, wherever the supplier wants to take it as per his convenience because he is quoting on CIP. So we give flexibility on this account. So from there, he has to take it to say Nigai project of NCL. So in case of Nigai, he has to give the estimated freight charges and transit insurance charges in INR. It's a multi-currency BOQ and it's open. And all these things you have to write in the tender document, how to fill up the BOQ. If you go through any of the documents of Coal India, you will find such provision. In NIT explicitly it is written there and BOQ have also been designed. So all the cells are open. It's the bidder who fills in the required value in foreign currency or INR. At the time of opening, we feed an exchange rate. Now bidder is free to quote in I think 7 currencies now. Earlier it was 5. I think 2 more currencies we have added. Earlier it was a dollar, Great Britain,
Euro,
yen,
and yuan.
Australian dollar. So we have added 2 more. Swedish
kroner,
Swedish kroner and this South Korean currency won. One of the bidders had requested, so it was approved and we had added 2 more. So out of 7 currencies, they can quote in any currency. Now at the time of opening of price bid, we give the values exchange rate of all the currencies in the system. And system then automatically converts for the purpose of evaluation and reverse auction thereafter. It evaluates all the currencies in common currency INR and landed value is arrived, taking into account all these elements. What those are maybe in foreign currency and some elements are in INR. Ultimately, and taxes, duties, they are added, then ITC benefit is passed on. And in case we have in equipment case, we also seek spares package for certain life of the equipment, 5 years, 10 years, 12 years. So those prices are also taken into account and evaluation is done taking into account NPV, net present value of those prices. So for the purpose of NPV, we use SVI base rate prevailing at the time of tender inquiry. So all these activities, exercise is to be done while issuing tender and while preparing the NIT. So I think I'm clear on this.
Sir, the one thing is, if the estimate freight is considered, as you said, considering 10% of the cost,
Yeah.
it is a thumb rule or just somewhere mentioned?
See, so far it was a thumb rule, but as per the guidelines, I mean, 10% is for both the elements, the freight as well as the insurance, transit insurance. Normally, transit insurance rate is very low. It's the freight only. But for the purpose of estimation of indent, you can go through that chapter. You will find many guidelines. See, if we have placed a similar order in the past, so the values given for these elements can be considered. The INR value can be considered. And I think manual also provides for, it's written, I think, in manual.
Sir, in manual chapter 5 estimation, it is mentioned to update the freight. But how can we update the freight unless we know who is going to participate? If I am floating a tender from CIL Kolkata and the bidder is from Kolkata and we have considered the freight charges of Mumbai, so it is not very logical and there is no clarification over that in the manual. How to consider freight charges?
See, Mumbai to Kolkata, if the bidder is from Mumbai or Kolkata, is not, as far as equipment is concerned, there is not much significant difference. But if the bidder is, we are comparing a price of a local manufacturer with the price of a manufacturer situated abroad, especially USA, Japan, Russia. So distance-wise, these happen to be the farther segment sectors. So there the freight is more compared to this freight. I think in the chapter on the evaluation, there are certain guidelines, though not very perfect guidelines, certain guidelines for
Yes,
comparison.
sir. In kilometers, it is has been mentioned for
Yeah.
that kilometer it will be paid this much for that kilometer.
That is for domestic. That is for domestic.
Domestic only.
In case of foreign goods, probably if it material is from barring these three sectors, probably we are taking 7.5% or something. I don't remember exactly, but some provision is there. So I have to refer back to that. But see, indenting again is a whole estimation. It cannot be perfect. The idea was to have some updation, some realistic sense to the value. Because in my practice, more than 34 years in Coal India, at various places, right from the unit to the corporate house, I have seen the indented value used to be in many cases without any basis. In fact, some people used to say that it's based on its guess only. So last purchase price is there. People used to take, if it's 2 or 3 years old, people used to take just the basic price without even updation. So we tried to correct that concept. We said, no, you update it so that we get some realistic figure for that. Similarly, other elements. So it cannot be perfect and you need not to be perfect. It's the estimation only. Try to, I think that is written in the manual in the evaluation chapter, I think, chapter 13 or so, that part. But that is with regard to estimation. Now coming back to global tender and global tender has many nuances.
Because, sir, we decide the L1 bidder based on cost to company, inclusive of all.
Right. So that is based on the tendering, na? Estimation is over. Once you get the approved indent, even with the wrong estimation, but ultimately you tender and based on the tender, you evaluate the, compare the price of foreign bidder as well as Indian bidder on the same platform, bringing on the same platform, that is INR. Okay, now then you see the reasonableness of the quoted prices with respect to any last order if we have placed, or the last order if the firm has received from any other source. So we compare the price with that for the purpose of establishing reasonableness of the quoted prices of L1 bidder.
Sir, if the last supply order of such item is not available, then estimate is one of the most important factors.
Yeah, then estimate becomes the most important factor, and probably then in the estimation also you need to take budgetary offers from the probable sources. I think that is what has been mentioned in the manual also. And there at least one budgetary offer you have to take the probable sources, and if possible take from some more sources. Budgetary offer tend to be a bit higher. So
Yes,
your
it may be
quoted
a case of cartel formation. They deliberately 2 or 3 bidders make provide high rates.
see, cartel formation, see, if your requirement is one piece, order will be placed on one source only. So chance of cartel formation will not be there then. But if we
I have recently have an example. There was a item which was not supplied in last 3 to 4 years. We collected the offer, budgetary offer from the 2 or 3 prospective bidders. They have quoted very high rate, and when the tender was floated, the same rate quoted by was 2 or 3 lakhs less.
yeah, it's a normal practice. Budgetary offer, they give comfortable price because they know people will be competing considering the budgetary offer. So your final price is invariably lower than budgetary offer. It should be lower than budgetary offer. It should not be higher than budgetary offer. In that case, if you receive the final price more than budgetary offer of the same firm, then you should try to ensure that you pay not more than budgetary offer. Direct, indirect negotiation, whatever means you adopt, it should not exceed the budgetary offer because then it will become an audit problem. Okay. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are not convinced.
So unless we get very much, unless we do a tender where freight charges, because when we go for a procurement process, the concerned department always asks to update the freight charges, and we left with a blank how to update the freight charges.
Normally, insistence will not be on the freight charges. You are
Because we can
focusing.
update the prices considering WPI, but
Yeah.
in WPI there is no consideration of fuel cost.
Yeah. You can consider HSD at the best. HSD prices prevailing on that day and prevailing on this day. That can be, but if
But
freight.
that is agreed, sir. But the thing is, I don't know the same bidder is going to participate or not.
That you never know. That you never know, and that is why the estimation, at least in case of goods, cannot be perfect. It cannot be 100% perfect. It can be realistic. There will be variance, and in case of goods, for this reason only, estimated price should not be the basis for establishing reasonableness of prices. This is my firm belief. I believe that estimation is there for tendering to give a fair idea to the bidders what will be the cost, what will be the value of the tender, but it cannot be a basis for establishing reasonableness of prices as it is in case of civil and CMC contracts. There, the estimation guidelines are well established. The data, the survey norms, this thing, CPWD data and various agency data is updated on quarterly basis and it's available. But in case of goods, there are many elements, there are many equipment which we fail to understand under which group it will exactly fall in. You will be seeing, say, dumper. Dumper, you will fall in machinery, or there is a heading dumper also in Office of Economic Advisor indices. But that dumper is something different. That dumper may be the municipality dumper who cleans this sewage, etc. So that dumper, if we are going to consider the price and the increase in prices with our HEM dumper, so we will not be able to establish reasonable price. So we have this handicap, this issues we have in establishing, but last purchase order is the most reliable method for establishing reasonableness of prices. And that contains all the elements. Then the role comes of the tender committee. See, if domestically, if we talk domestically, there is a drill order on a firm, say Repti, Coimbatore. From Coimbatore to say Singrauli, they are supplying Nigai. There will be X amount of freight. We consider that the equipment price is justified, the same price is giving, or last price, say they are placed, they supplied to Mahanadi 3 months or 6 months back. They have supplied and they have asked for 5% increase in equipment price. You see the WPI index or the relevant index of machinery, and you come to a conclusion that 5% increase in 6 months time is reasonable. The indices support it. Okay, so equipment price is established. Now you go for the freight. You see the Singrauli freight is say per drill is 1 lakh or 2 lakh. In case of say Sambalpur, any project of Mahanadi, say Talcher area is 80,000, for example. So you will say you are charging here. But there you can see, you can use the Google map, the distance probably Coimbatore to Mahanadi. I'm not sure, but I'm assuming Talcher will be less compared to the distance from Coimbatore to Senigai or Cardiac project. So this data can be used by tender committee in analyzing the rates, and accordingly it can be said that this even higher rate for higher distance is okay. I mean, it cannot be 100% mathematically perfect, but this some analysis, some thought has to be given, and the case can be disposed of in this manner. And in the similar manner, the estimate. But based on the estimate, we had estimated this freight up to this only, and now we are arriving at freight of this. So that cannot, that should not be the basis for judging the reasonableness. That difference I want to make it very clear. And LPP is a very confused concept. LPP does not necessarily mean the LPP in your company. Many of the purchase executives have this concept. Even other departments also have this concept. But time and again, when the problems happen in some cases or the other agencies, the vigilance setup, they don't consider this logic. They say LPP means the last purchase price of the firm who is offering to you. Suppose you say you are in CCL, you purchase the dozer, 410 dozer from BML 2 years back. Now you are buying again dozer from BML. In the meantime, BML has supplied to say SECI. And in your case, say it was around 2 crore dozer price 2 years or 3 years back. Now they are asking, say around 3 crore, 50% increase in 2 years. And they come with the idea that steel prices have gone up, cost of manufacturing has gone up, WPI has gone up, and giving the breakup, etc., which appears reasonable compared to 2 or 3 years price. But 1 month back, they have supplied to SECL where the price was still lower than they have quoted to you. Then you should compare with that price and you should insist the supplier to submit the latest order copy they have supplied anywhere in the country, or else if it is a global tender anywhere in the globally, so that the last price of the firm has to be compared with your quoted price. So this is very important, and that will give you a lot of help in establishing the reasonableness of prices.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so coming back to, I'll be with you for 15 minutes more because I have to go to hospital. So today, I mean, we are short of faculty member. Mr. Monty is not there, and even I'll be leaving. So global tenders, you can ask more questions. One thing is that apart from tendering, so the tender NIT has to be prepared taking into account Incoterms and equal comparison with domestic source versus a foreign source. And then comes the payment part. Against the import orders, payment is made through letter of credit, as was explained by Mr. Fernando. Letter of credit, again, International Chamber of Commerce has laid down guidelines for issue of letter of credit, which are internationally accepted. I think latest version will be, they call uniform customs and practices for documentary credits, UCPDC. Probably 700, UCPD 700 is the latest version, which guides bankers to issue the standard LC, which is accepted across the world. So accordingly, LC is opened, and that is a job done by the finance division in our company, Coal India. And LC has to be irrevocable. This cannot be revoked. Divisible, because the supply can be done in parts also. If there is a large number, piecemeal supply can be done. And unconfirmed. There is a confirmed LC and there is an unconfirmed LC. In Coal India has taken a decision, we will be going for unconfirmed LC. Confirmation LC is a additional process and involves additional cost, because the bank on which it is confirmed, it is established, they issue confirmation to the supplier that we will be paying this much amount to you, irrespective of the fact whether they get money from us or not. That is called confirmation. So confirmation has additional cost. So that is why Coal India has taken a decision to issue only unconfirmed LC. And LC, there is a time frame, I mean, within which it has to be kept valid, that is corresponding to the time of delivery. Excuse me. Huh? Yeah, we will pass it. Mhm. ठीक. So this is about LC. So I have to go also.
Sir, one question.
Yeah.
Whether there is any standard freight insurance charges concluded by Coal India and same is circulated to all subsidiaries?
No standard freight, but
Insurance, sir, freight insurance.
And you give some guidelines.
the insurance charges. Normally, Coal India, there is a department called Clearing and Forwarding Department, C&F.
Yes, sir.
They conclude some rate contracts with insurance companies for insurance purposes, transit insurance, and then from inland purposes from, say, Calcutta port to site. So that is called a marine cum land insurance policy. They normally conclude this RC for 1 year or 2 years with various insurance companies. And that is circulated to all whenever this is done.
Okay.
I think they are in the process.
Okay.
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 So I take leave.
Okay.
Mr. Fernando will be there. You can interact with him some more time.
Thank you, sir.
हेलो हाँ यस सर मैं फर्नांडो बोल रहा हूँ सर सर नहीं है सर डीटी के यहाँ वही सर अब थोड़ा खबर लेता हूँ सर एक तो ये चल रहा है देखते हैं सर Yes, anything more? I'll be able to. I think Sharma Sahab has briefed it up, summarized very well. If it's done, should we close this? I'm not aware even how long the session will close. AICM?
Sir, it is up to 1 a.m., 1 p.m. And we can take tea break up to 12.
Okay.
And after that, if sir comes,
Yeah,
then we
I think hopefully by that time Monty Sahab will come back.
okay, then we will again start at 12.
Okay. Take it. Thank you.
अरुण सर आपने
अरुण?
कोई ग्लोबल किया है क्या?
कौन रोशन?
अरुण सर आपने
हाँ
कोई
अरुण ये बोल रहे हैं कि ये वाला टेंडर किसी ने मतलब ये जो मैं अपना सर्कुलर था लैंड शेयरिंग बॉर्डर वाला,
हाँ हाँ हाँ
ये कोई पहले तो किसी ने डिस्कस नहीं ना किया है, मतलब किसी और वर्क्स कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वाले में?
लैंड शेयरिंग बोर्ड नहीं डिस्कशन अभी नहीं हुआ। ये वन सेक्शन 144 वाला ना?
हाँ हाँ हाँ
हाँ अभी शेयरिंग नहीं हुआ है ये मतलब कोई डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है इस टॉपिक पे।
पीछे सेशंस में नहीं ना हुआ है, पहले वाले में?
नहीं हुआ है अभी।
ये एक्चुअली है क्या चीज लैंड शेयरिंग बॉर्डर वाला?
जो भी इंडिया के लैंड शेयरिंग बॉर्डर्स में है उनसे इंडिया डायरेक्ट कोई ट्रेड नहीं कर सकता बिफोर द क्लियरेंस फ्रॉम मिनिस्ट्री। जैसे उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन होना होगा और रजिस्ट्रेशन सब्जेक्ट की देखेंगे कि ये मतलब फिजिबल है, देना चाहिए कि नहीं देना चाहिए, वो मिनिस्ट्री के कंसेंट के ऊपर है। अगर वो उनको अलाउ करते हैं तभी वो हमारे कोई भी टेंडर में, ग्लोबल टेंडर में पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं। इस टाइप का है शायद, जितना मुझे समझ में आया।
उनके लिए कुछ
इसलिए अभी अंडरटेकिंग जो नॉर्मल टेंडर्स में अंडरटेकिंग हो रहा है उसमें वो पॉइंट जोड़ दिया है।
हाँ इसीलिए वो जोड़ दिया है।
यदि है तो उसका सामान यूज कर सकता है, यदि उसका कंप्लीट आइटम यदि वो देना है तो परमिशन की जरूरत है।
बिल्कुल सर बिल्कुल, सब असेंबलीज पार्ट्स कंपोनेंट्स अलाउड है, मतलब फर्दर अमेंडमेंट्स में सर्कुलर में। तो बाकी आप ओरिजिनल इक्विपमेंट और ये नहीं ले सकते, वर्क्स नहीं ले सकते कोई भी।
नहीं ले सकते हैं, और जो काम आपका ऑलरेडी पहले एग्जीक्यूट हो चुका था 2020 के पहले, उसको स्पेयर्स और उसको सीएमसी के लिए कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए फिर अप्रूवल नहीं।
जिसका अवार्ड स्टेज हो गया है या इवैल्यूएशन टेक्निकली। अच्छा, एक क्वेश्चन है, जैसे जो लोग हायरिंग ऑफ इक्विपमेंट देखते हैं उनसे लॉन्ग टर्म कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स अगर करते हैं हम लोग 10 साल के हायरिंग ऑफ इक्विपमेंट के लिए या कोल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए, तो उसमें एस्टीमेट ऑफ द टेंडर क्या होता है? एस्टीमेट ऑफ द मतलब प्रपोजल?
ऐसा तो मैंने किया नहीं है, बट एक पुराना एनआईटी मिला था, उसमें वो पहले तो एक जो ओरिजिनल इक्विपमेंट होता है उसका वारंटी पीरियड
हम लोग टेंडर करते हैं, उसमें एक कंडीशन है कि
उसमें फिर
vehicle
लाइफ
should
ऑफ
not be
एक
older than 2
एनपीसी
years
में एस
from the
बना
date of
लिया,
registration.
उसमें हर चीज का एक्सकेलेशन
तो
इंक्लूड
ऐसी
किया
कंडीशन
हुआ
में
है।
मैक्सिमम
लॉन्ग
3
टर्म
साल तक के लिए अपन गाड़ी को एंगेज करते हैं।
नहीं सर, ये गाड़ी के लिए हम लोग
हायरिंग ऑफ
इक्विपमेंट कोई
इक्विपमेंट,
बड़ा मतलब एचपीएमएम हो गया या कुछ के लिए अगर जाते हैं।
हाँ वो 8 साल 10 साल का जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रहता है
हाँ, 8
वो
साल का।
तीनों पार्ट्स के लिए रहता है, मींस एचएसडी भी रहता है, डब्ल्यूपीआई भी रहता है और आपका ये एचएसडी भी रहता
हाँ, तो
है।
सीएमसी कॉस्ट रहता है,
रहता
वो
है।
एनपीवी पे उसको लेके आते हैं पहले।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो एनपीसी के रेट जो एसओआर प्रोवाइड किया है 19 में दिया है, उसी को बेस करके एस्टिमेट बनता है, फिर तीनों का एक्सकेलेशन फॉर्मूला मैनुअल में दिया हुआ है।
10 साल का एस्केलेशन फॉर्मूला?
8 साल 10 साल वो डजंट मैटर, वो जितना है रहेगा।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, एस्केलेशन तो आप करस्पॉन्डिंग ईयर के अगेंस्ट में करते हैं ना, जब आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं तो
नहीं
वो
नहीं
तो वो फॉर्म
नहीं है, वो एक बेस डेट फिक्स कर दी जाती है।
अच्छा अच्छा।
मीन बिड सबमिशन एंड डेट बेस डेट रहती है, उसके बाद जो जो प्राइसेस इंक्रीज होती जाती हैं वो सबका एस्केलेशन मिलता जाता है। इवन अभी 12 इयर्स का भी एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हुआ था, उसमें भी सेम कंडीशंस था।
नहीं ठीक है, मैं जब आप प्रपोजल बना रहे हो उसमें एस्टिमेट कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं उस
हाँ
काम का, तो
हाँ,
बिड सबमिशन डेट तो अभी आपके पास नहीं है।
नहीं वही उस दिन मैं भी एक चीज पूछा था ना, एक बार एस्टिमेट जब बन रहा है उस टाइम पे
जी।
एक डेट बेस डेट ले ली है जिसमें आपका डब्ल्यूपीआई एचएसडी एचपीसी तीनों फिक्स है। ठीक
अच्छा।
है, फिर अगर सपोज आपका एस्टिमेट अप्रूव होने में 3-4 मंथ्स टाइम लग जाता है, फिर आपको एस्टिमेट अपडेट करके एक फिर टेंडर फ्लोट करना पड़ेगा, और फिर बिड सबमिशन एंड डेट आपका बेस डेट रहता है उसमें।
और उसमें फिर जितने साल के लिए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करना है वो 7-8 साल का सीएमसी कॉस्ट या एएमसी कॉस्ट भी रहता है का, उसका भी एस्टिमेशन रहता है।
नहीं अलग से कुछ
नहीं,
नहीं रहता, वो तीन
ये तो
कंपोनेंट्स ही दिए हुए
काम है
रहते
ना, ये वर्क का काम है यार, सर्विसेज नहीं है ना कि मतलब वो मतलब डायरेक्ट हम जैसे ओबी हैंडलिंग का हम 10 साल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर रहे हैं, वॉल्यूम पता है, या कोल हैंडलिंग का
हैं।
वो
तो
उसका
उसका जो प्राइस वेरिएशन क्लॉज है ना, उसमें तीनों को एस्केलेशन के फॉर्मूलाज दिए हुए हैं।
ये हुए हैं।
नहीं, ये क्या है कि ठीक है, आपने तो एकदम सही बताया ईशान सर। यहाँ हमारे पास एसओआर रेट है और डीजल बेस रेट है, तो हम लोग मैनुअल सपोर्ट कर रहा है। बट मैं ऐसे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स की पूछ रहा हूँ, जैसे मानिए कि क्रशिंग चार्जेस, ठीक है, आप 10 साल के लिए मोबाइल क्रशर हायर कर रहे हैं
हाँ ठीक है, तो 10
और
मोबाइल क्रशर है, क्रशर में तो देखिए इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लगती है, वो कंपनी सप्लाई करती है, उसमें सिर्फ एक ही कंपोनेंट रहता है वेज एक्सकेलेशन का। तो वेजेस का जो गवर्नमेंट या कंपनी सीआईएल से जो नोटिफिकेशंस होती हैं हर 6 मंथ्स पे, तो वो उसको रिम्बर्समेंट मतलब मिल जाता है कॉन्ट्रैक्टर
नहीं
को।
नहीं, एकदम हम बोल रहे हैं कि आप एस्टिमेट कैसे बनाइएगा। जैसे एक हमारा क्वेश्चन हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से है, हम लोग 18 साल के लिए वॉशरी कर रहे हैं, वॉशिंग चार्जेस पार्टी कोट करता है, हम आज एक वॉशिंग चार्ज निकाल सकते हैं, ठीक है, कि आज इतना वॉशिंग चार्ज होना चाहिए, बट उसको हम टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ एस्टिमेट या टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो एक टर्म होता है जिसके बेसिस पे हम डीओपी के बेसिस पे अप्रूवल लेते हैं, वो इस केस में क्या होगा? वो इस केस में मतलब कैसे, मतलब निकलना तो मुश्किल है, क्योंकि हम 18 साल तक, मेरे पास एस्केलेशन क्लॉज है कि वो करस्पॉन्डिंग ईयर में कैसे एस्केलेट करेगा बेस्ड ऑन डब्ल्यूपीआई और बेस्ड ऑन एआईसीपीआई। और कुछ पार्ट फिक्स्ड रहता है, जो एक क्लास में बताया गया था कि कुछ पार्ट फिक्स्ड रहता है और दो कंपोनेंट होते हैं जो डब्ल्यूपीआई और एआईसीपीआई पे वैरी करते हैं। तो बट ये हम नेक्स्ट 18 इयर्स के लिए कैसे आज मतलब ये कर सकते हैं, प्रोग्रेसिवली कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं, एक्सट्रापोलेट कर सकते हैं जब अपना एस्टिमेट प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं तो?
इसीलिए जब वर्क का जैसे गुड्स में जब एस्टिमेट होता है ना, उसमें हम एक बार बिडर से वो 7-8 साल का वो कॉस्ट लेते हैं, 8-9 साल का ही, जितने साल का लगाना, 2-3 बिडर से देखते हैं उसमें उसका स्पेयर, मतलब वो जो 8-9 साल का एडिशनल कॉस्ट दिया है, तो उसमें उसको क्या इंक्लूसिव, जैसे स्पेयर्स कितना लगेगा, कौन सा स्पेयर खत्म हो जाएगा, कितना कितना लाइफ है, मतलब स्पेयर सब चीज को लेते हुए एक 9 साल का वो कॉस्ट लेता है, और उसको फिर एनपीवी पे प्रेजेंट वैल्यू पे लेके एस्टिमेशन पे हो जाता है।
वैसे भी जो
गुड्स के केस में ऐसा होता है, गुड्स के केस में
वैसे जो एस्टिमेट बनते हैं ये तो पूरा जो एक प्लांट है या जैसे क्रशर है या बॉयचरी है उसका
जी
जितना
जी
लाइफ और कितनी कॉस्ट है उसकी, उसको लेकर पार्ट बाय पार्ट हर चीज की कितनी लाइफ है वो सारी कॉस्ट
एग्जैक्टली
करके ही एस्टिमेट एक पेज
हाँ, मतलब फिर वही टोटल कैश आउटफ्लो निकालकर उसको एनपीवी
हाँ
पे
हाँ
लाना होगा, जो सिस्टम है लॉन्ग रेंज मार्जिनल कॉस्ट का जो सिस्टम है कि हम ईयरली। हाँ हाँ
जैसे अभी ओपन कास्ट में था ना रडार सिस्टम वाला, जो अभी
जी।
सर डिस्कस की, ये पहले आ गया था कि सब्सिडरी वाइज करना है
अच्छा अच्छा।
अपने एंड पे ऑन हायरिंग बेसिस। पहले था प्रोक्योरमेंट करना है कोल इंडिया से, बाद में जब सब्सिडरी में मैटर आया तब था कि हायरिंग बेसिस पे करना है आपको। तो उस टाइम पे जब हम लोग एस्टिमेट बनाए थे तो 2-3 बजटरी ऑफर लिए थे, तो फिर देखा कि इसकी लाइफ कितनी है, कितना इसका टोटल अमाउंट पड़ रहा है, वो सारे फैक्टर्स को लेके मींस इसमें सीएमसी या मतलब प्रोक्योरमेंट वाले नहीं कर पाते, इसमें आई डिपार्टमेंट जो रहता है ना उनका एक्सपर्टाइज रहता है इसमें, तो उनके साथ मिलके रेट्स वगैरह ड्राइव कर सकते हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा, ओके, सही बात, थैंक यू।
हेलो ईशान,
हाँ कौन?
अविनाश मालाकर बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ अविनाश, क्या हाल चाल है भाई?
बस बढ़िया भाई, अपना नंबर बता व्हाट्सएप।
मेरा
हाँ
9434
एक सेकंड,
9434
9434
796
796
704।
704।
हाँ हाँ,
कहाँ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मैनेजमेंट देख रहा है क्या भाई?
अरे 1 साल से पल्ले पड़ी है भाई।
कहाँ कहाँ?
अरे ईसीएल में, पहले तो 11 साढ़े 11 साल माइंस में ही थे।
अब ठीक तो है यार, बढ़िया है।
अरे मजा नहीं आ रहा है यार हेडक्वार्टर में।
अरे
फील्ड
तो मेन वही एक्सपीरियंस तो वही है यार, बाकी फील्ड में तो साला अंडरग्राउंड में वही है, सरफेस में वही है।
नहीं, ये था कुछ क्रिएटिविटी रहती थी कुछ ना कुछ करने का। यहाँ एक वही जैसे सब बोल रहे हैं ना, एक मैनुअल या 2 मैनुअल पकड़ लिए बस उसी में माथा दिन भर लगे रहो।
नहीं हम लोग के पल्ले नहीं पड़ रहा है ना, बस इसीलिए शांत चुपचाप तुम लोगों के डिस्कशन सुनते रहते हैं बस।
नहीं, मेरा 1 साल हुआ है अभी, वही ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्शन देख रहा हूँ सर्विस।
अच्छा नहीं यार, अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है, आज की फ्यूचर तो वही है।
फ्यूचर तो एमडीओ।
फ्यूचर एमडीओ है, हमारे हमारे रहते रहते एमडीओ आएगा कि नहीं, देखते हैं।
आ जाएगा आ जाएगा, टेंडर हो रहे हैं एमडीओ के। यहाँ भी 2 टेंडर किए हैं, सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाए, कैंसिल किए, फिर एमडीओ का टेंडर फ्लोट होगा अभी।
सीसीएल में तो अवार्ड हो चुके हैं, सीसीएल में तो एक कोटरे बसंतपुर अवार्डेड है, जो सर बता रहे थे।
ईसीएल ने 2 किए थे, दोनों अभी वही है ना, बहुत सारे इसमें पता नहीं है कैसा क्या होगा, तो अभी कैंसिल कर दिए गए हैं दोनों टेंडर।
नहीं एटलीस्ट इन क्लासेस से कुछ तो आइडिया लग रहा है भाई कि कैसे क्या टेंडरिंग वेंडरिंग, हम लोग को आइडिया नहीं है बहुत सारा कुछ।
मेरा तो 1 ही साल हुआ है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये तो एक समंदर है, मतलब कुछ
हाँ हाँ वही,
टेंडरिंग में
हम लोग को तो।
समंदर है। हम लोगों को भी 2 साल हुए हैं हेडक्वार्टर में, 2.5 साल।
और ये है ना कि मतलब एक चीज पढ़ो, लगता है हाँ हो गया क्लियर, फिर देखते हैं यार ये तो दूसरा सर्कुलर आ गया, इसके रिस्पेक्ट में तो जीएफआर में कुछ और बोल रखा है, सीवीसी कुछ और ही बोल रहा है, तब झमेला हो जाता है। और कभी कभी पास्ट केसेस देखते हैं तो कभी कभी देखते हैं ना कुछ कुछ डेविएशंस हो रखी हैं एनआईटी वगैरह से, वो लीगल ओपिनियन या एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन लेके मतलब कर रखी हैं चीजें, तो वो एक
अरे
अलग
तो नहीं तो तो साथ में एक्सपर्ट लोग होते होंगे ना, कुछ लोग जो पुराने एक्सपीरियंस होल्डर।
पुराना एक्सपीरियंस वाला कोई बचा ही नहीं है, बात ये है।
क्योंकि ये ऐसा है कि बिना कंसल्टेंसी के, बिना मतलब एक्सपीरियंस के नहीं हो पाएगा, ऐसा है।
क्योंकि देखिए अभी एक चीज तो अच्छी हुई है कि इन्होंने चैप्टर 3 और चैप्टर 6 जितनी अमेंडमेंट्स आई थी सारी इनकॉर्पोरेट करके नया मैनुअल निकाल दिया। पहले तो पता ही नहीं चल रहा था, सीएमएम मतलब मैनुअल कुछ बोल रहा है, एक्चुअल में फैक्ट्स कुछ और हैं। तो जो पुराने आदमी हैं उनको पता रहता है कि डे टू डे डेवलपमेंट का नॉलेज में रहती है, और जो बीच में आके ज्वाइन करते हैं उनको तो कुछ ही नहीं पता चलता, सब हवा में जाता है।
फिर मैं तो सोच रहा था सीसीएल में है, ईसीएल में है।
नहीं, मैं ईसीएल में हूँ।
हाँ, हम लोगों ने भाई डाल दिया है ना कोर्ट में केस,
किस चीज का?
वही वाला नोशनल सीनियरिटी वाला।
अच्छा, डाले हो? चलो ठीक है।
हाँ
समझ नहीं आ रहा हम लोग का 4 जन का कैसे इन्होंने किया, सिर्फ 4 जन का किया है।
अरे 4 जन का किया है और 4 जन बचे हैं बस।
अच्छा 4 ही जन बचे हैं, मुझे तो। और उसके चलते प्रॉब्लम ये होगी ना, ग्रुप नहीं बन पा रहा, सब ये कर दिए डिवाइड इन्होंने।
नहीं तो अपन 8 7 8 लोग तो ही थे यार उस समय।
अरे नहीं यार 55 थे टोटल।
अरे तो अपने बैच में कहाँ थे उतने लोग, नहीं थे।
थे 55 थे माइनिंग के यार,
अरे तो
चार
पूरा
पांच।
अरे तो वो पुराने लोग थे भाई।
अरे नहीं नहीं, 4 5 जन तो मेरी इस यहीं सीएल में ही है उन लोग के साथ।
पता नहीं यार, नील नील मैं,
हाँ
उमा शंकर शुक्ला और विवेक अवस्थी।
हाँ, एक ये उमेश भार्गव है, डूंगर सिंह खिड़िया है, मैं हूँ, प्रवीण मिश्रा है।
इन लोगों ने क्यों नहीं किया, हम लोगों ने डाल दिया भाई 12 तारीख को अपने कलकत्ता हाई कोर्ट में।
चलो बढ़िया है।
देखो क्या होता है, जबरदस्ती साला ये लोग कुछ भी कर देते हैं।
अरे तो कंपनी का हाल ऐसा है, जिसकी लाठी उसकी भैंस।
जूनियर को सीनियर बना दो साला, यहाँ पड़े रहो, देख क्या होता है। कर दिए हैं। और सब बढ़िया सब।
बॉस ये रिकॉर्डेड लाइन पे आप लोग बोल रहे हो रिकॉर्डेड है हो रहा
ठीक
कंपनी को
अच्छा
आप
है कि है,
रिकॉर्ड,
कौन सा कोई बाहर से
कंपनी
है।
को रिकॉर्ड में लेके आप लोग भरा बुरा नहीं कर सकते हो, सीडीए रूल में फिर केसेस हो जाएंगे
नहीं
लाइटर साइड
कंपनी,
आएगा, ये ऐसा नहीं
अरुण
है
ये सब तो सीखना है।
नहीं ऐसे हम कंपनी को डिफेम नहीं कर सकते, रिकॉर्ड में लाके फंस सकते हैं।
नहीं फील्ड में तो देखो ये सब चीजें इतनी ध्यान में नहीं रहती थी, यही हेडक्वार्टर आके 1 साल से देख रहे हैं कि भाई बहुत चीजों का ध्यान देना पड़ता है।
बहुत चीजों का, इसीलिए एग्जैक्टली
अरुण आप कौन से बैच से हैं?
मैं 2012 ज्वाइन किया था बीसीसीएल में, अभी सीसीएल में हूँ।
अच्छा अच्छा, क्या आप ये एमए प्रोक्योरमेंट भी देख रहे हैं क्या?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, ईएनएम में हूँ मैं। 7 साल फील्ड में था, 7 साढ़े 7 साल।
अच्छा
अभी 2.5 साल से आया हूँ, अभी प्रोक्योरमेंट देखना स्टार्ट किया हूँ, मतलब 1 साल से।
अच्छा, तो फील्ड अच्छा था या ये अच्छा है?
ये दोनों अच्छा था, वहाँ मशीन्स को के बारे में सीखने को मिला और वहाँ के लाइफ स्टाइल देखा, और यहाँ रूल्स रेगुलेशन नियम ये देखने को मिल रहा, तो दोनों अच्छा लग रहा है दोनों अच्छा लगा।
तो फील्ड में मतलब बिना रूल्स रेगुलेशंस के चलती थी क्या गाड़ी?
एग्जैक्टली रूल्स रेगुलेशन से चलती है
क्या?
आप ब्रेकडाउन मेंटेनेंस वगैरह करते हो जो भी,
हाँ
तो
हाँ
कितना रूल्स फॉलो करते हैं चाहे जो भी हो, तो
हाँ
जो फील्ड में रहते हैं उनको पता ही है
हाँ, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ।
फील्ड में 100% रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस पे नहीं चल पाएंगे।
अरे वही
हाँ
तो।
वही वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि फील्ड का भी अलग मजा था और यहाँ भी अलग है।
हाँ यहाँ थोड़ी आरामदारी है।
लेकिन यहाँ काम बहुत मतलब आसान होते नहीं है, सारे काम टीडियस ही मिलते हैं, कुछ ना कुछ
यहाँ
जो भी
पर
होते।
एक चीज है कि आपको जब ऑफिस गए हैं भिड़े रहना पड़ेगा, मतलब
हाँ वो
टाइम बहुत ज्यादा, फील्ड से ज्यादा टाइम देना पड़ता है।
ज्यादा टाइम देना, क्योंकि आपको आफ्टर ऑफिस आवर आपको पढ़ना पड़ता है, खुद मैनुअल्स और
हाँ
एनआईटीज ये सब भी देखना होता है, नहीं तो आप फिर गलती कर बैठोगे।
यही चीज है।
ये तो टीम ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज हो गया ना। अब यहाँ तो थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस वो चाहिए,
नहीं एक
मतलब।
चीज है ना, फील्ड में एक टेंशन था यार, एक्सीडेंट कुछ हो गया, कुछ
हम्म
ब्रेक डाउन हो गया, रात को भागो, ये सब वो सब चीजों से झमेला हटा है।
बट यहाँ पे कभी भी आपको यू आर बिफोर डायरेक्टर्स और सीएमडी फॉर एनी फॉल्ट
हाँ ये तो चीज है।
तो एवरी स्टोरी हैज सम प्रॉस एंड कॉन्स तो ये वाली बात।
हाँ इसके लिए मेहनत तो अच्छी करनी पड़ेगी, देख के लग रहा है अभी कुछ ही नहीं किए हैं।
स्टार्ट किए हैं, वी आर बिगिनर्स, लेट्स सी।
धीरे धीरे सब हो जाएगा, हम लोग तो एबीसीडी पढ़ रहे हैं भाई, तुम लोग अभी सेंटेंस एसेज लिख रहे हो अभी।
इस पोर्टफोलियो में आएगा ना वो सब हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं है कुछ कि कोई मतलब, लेकिन हाँ पोर्टफोलियो चेंज होगा, आपको हेडक्वार्टर में पोस्टिंग होगी, आपको अगर ये काम करना हो तो ऑटोमेटिकली डर जो है ना वो करवा देगा
नहीं एक चीज मैं देखा हूँ कि जो रूटीन नॉर्मल प्रोक्योरमेंट या नॉर्मल टेंडरिंग होता है, जो नॉर्मल केसेस है उसमें कोई इश्यू नहीं आता है, बट जहाँ कुछ फंस जाता है वहां सब कुछ आपको रेफर करना पड़ता है।
वही तो है, फंसने के बाद सारा कहानी शुरू हो जाती है।
हाँ हमारे एक दो की चीजें ऐसी फंसी हैं, मतलब बियॉन्ड मैनुअल जाके लीगल ओपिनियन लेकर सब कुछ किया गया है। ये सब कुछ एग्री भी किया है, कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी जो अप्रूविंग अथॉरिटी सब कुछ का ये था, कंसर्न लेकर ही किया गया है। अच्छा, लोकल कंटेंट वाला आपके यहाँ भी है अभी, एमएम में भी है?
हाँ, ये तो लोकल कंटेंट तो अभी पूरा इंडिया में है, मतलब वो क्लॉज को फॉलो करना है।
एक जो चीज है,
एक्सेप्ट वर्क स्टैंडर्ड में नहीं।
देखिए 20 to 50 है क्लास 2, 50 और 50 प्लस है क्लास 1।
क्लास 1 और फिर 20 से बिलो नॉन लोकल, जो जो
नॉन
फॉरेन
लोकल।
बिल्डर्स हैं।
तो ऐसा अभी जो गाइडलाइंस को पढ़ के ऐसा लग रहा है, जो नॉन लोकल है मींस बिलो 20%, उनकी बिड ही रिजेक्ट हो जाएगी उसी
वो
बेस पर।
पार्टिसिपेट ही नहीं कर सकते हैं।
हाँ मतलब अगर करेगा भी तो बिड रिजेक्ट हो जाएगी उनकी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
वैसे ही, ठीक।
परसेंट वाला क्या बोले अरुण सर?
अच्छा, एक चीज पूछना था, जैसे अभी हम लोग का जो नया मैनुअल आया है उसमें लिखते हैं कि सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग का जो वर्क एक्सपीरियंस है वो काउंट नहीं होगा। एनीवन?
नए वाले ये सीएमसी मैनुअल में
सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग का वर्क एक्सपीरियंस काउंट नहीं होगा, उसके रिसोर्सेज एंड एक्सपीरियंस। बट यहाँ के सिस्टम में प्रोविजन तो है कि आप एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर कोई भी जिसको काम अवार्ड हुआ वो पार्ट उस
अरविंद,
सकता है।
हेलो,
हेलो।
बधाई हो। हेलो।
हेलो।
हाँ बोल रहा हूँ, बधाई हो। हाँ मेल में देख लिया। हाँ 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 देख रहा हूँ मैं। छोड़ना, सवेरा को पूछ दिया था, क्या बोला?
अविनाश म्यूट कर लो।
जाने दे, ऑप्शन ही नहीं है, बोल लो क्या करना है। हम सवेरे उसमें चेंज करने में, एडिट प्रोफाइल में भी नहीं है, कहीं भी नहीं है, तो हम कहाँ से पैदा थोड़ी करेंगे। ठीक है। हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो ज्यादा मैटर नहीं करता है। फिजिकल वाला फाइल किनको, सवेरिया को लेके जाना होगा, है ना? नहीं, वो तो होगा ही नहीं ना, इतना सारा प्लान और ये सब है, पॉसिबल नहीं है। नहीं बोला, क्लियर बोलता ना कि सर एक आध दो चीज अटैच होता है, क्या मतलब है? प्लान अटैचमेंट है, प्लान दुनिया भर का प्लान है, ये प्लान। हाँ, कब मिला था क्या? आज? अच्छा अच्छा। ठीक है ठीक है। हाँ भाई, म्यूट, एक सेकेंड। अच्छा, इसीलिए मार रहा है क्या कॉल ईशान? ये होस्ट भी म्यूट नहीं कर रहा है भाई।
अच्छा, एक जो ये सर्कल दिखा रहे थे ना, जनरल इंस्ट्रक्शंस ऑन प्रोक्योरमेंट एंड प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट, जो अभी बोले थे सीएजी ने भी ये किया, नीति आयोग ने किया,
वो
सीबीसी,
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस ने अभी सर्कुलेट किया है 29 अक्टूबर को।
ये इसको कहीं कोट करके या कुछ कर सकते हैं
नहीं
अभी?
नहीं 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 नहीं, अभी रिसेंटली कोल इंडिया अभी इसको कम्युनिकेट करेगा या कर दिया होगा, ये आइडिया नहीं है, बट कोल इंडिया
कम्युनिकेट कर दिया है।
क्या?
कोल इंडिया ने कम्युनिकेट कर दिया है ऑलरेडी।
अच्छा, आपके पास है क्या वो ऑर्डर?
हाँ हाँ, मेरे पास वही मैं घर पे रखा था कि पढ़ूंगा, हाँ प्रिंट करके रखा हुआ था। तो ये है कि इसमें कुछ कुछ चीजें हैं कि वो प्रिवेल करेंगी क्या टर्म्स कंडीशंस को हमारी, या किसी चीज को?
अब कोल इंडिया ने कर दिया है तो करेगा ही।
क्योंकि इसमें पेमेंट को लेके और कुछ कुछ चीजों को लेके काफी स्ट्रिक्ट ये दिया हुआ है, क्लोजर को लेके, रिफंड को लेके, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का पेमेंट जो करना उसको लेके।
ये वाला लेटर या सर्कुलर जो भी है, काइंडली इसको शेयर कर दीजिए ना ग्रुप में या मेल पे।
कर दे रहा हूँ।
होता क्या है कि ये सब सर्कुलर्स या लेटर जो भी आते हैं डायरेक्ट एचओडी को एड्रेस होते हैं, तो समटाइम्स इफ यू आर नॉट वेरी मच कनेक्टेड तो वो मिल नहीं पाता है सबको। इसीलिए मैं कल लास्ट क्लास में सर को बोल रहा था कि इसको एटलीस्ट कोल इंडिया पोर्टल पे एक फोल्डर बनाया जाए जहां डाला जाए।
नहीं, काफी दिन हो गए इसको आए। मैं वो हमारे जीएम साहब का मेल का एक्सेस रहता है ना सबके
हाँ
पास।
एग्जैक्टली, यही मैं बोला ना कि सारे एचओडी पे जाता है, और एचओडी से जो एक्सेस जिनके पास है उनको मिल जाता है, जिनके पास नहीं एक्सेस है उनको मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है। तो उनको वही हो गया कि उनके पास वो आधा अधूरा नॉलेज रह जाता है कि कुछ चेंजेस आते हैं तो पता ही नहीं चलता।
ये तो है। कोई कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसपे शेयर कर पाए, या पर्सनल मेल पे कर दे?
कौन सा सर्कुलर है अरुण?
वही जो 29 अक्टूबर को आया ना, क्यूसीबीएस करना है, 10 करोड़ तक नॉन कंसल्टेंसी के लिए जाना है, उसके बाद आर्बिट्रेशन का क्लॉज उसमें है, और दो तीन चीज है कि सैल में और सूड को डिफाइन किया, मतलब बहुत सारा चीजों को डिफाइन किया है। वो 29 अक्टूबर को कोल ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस ऑर्डर इशू किया था, बट कोल इंडिया उसी के बेसिस पे ऑर्डर इशू कर दिया, बट हम लोग को नहीं मिला है क्योंकि एचओडी के मेल में गया है, हो सकता है सारे एचओडी के पास हो। तो ग्रुप में ही शेयर कर दीजिए ईशान, ताकि सबको एक्सेस हो जाए। जैसे उसमें सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग को डिफाइन किया है कि ये सब टर्म ऑफ नॉट विल कंसीडर इन द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग, और कुछ कुछ डिफाइन किया उसमें। रोशन, लेकिन ये अच्छी बात है कि यू हैव गुड एक्सपोजर टू बिग कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स इतनी जल्दी, अच्छा है। मतलब हम लोगों को अभी तक एक भी बड़ा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का एक्सपोजर नहीं है। वी आर इन लाइन ऑफ सक्सेशन। कुछ लोग अभी हैं जो डील कर रहे हैं, वंस दे विल मूव वी विल गेट अ चांस।
अच्छा, अभी जेम में सर टेंडर स्टार्ट हुए हैं?
हाँ हाँ, जेम में तो हम लोग सारे टेंडर्स कर रहे हैं।
खास करके एचओई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट या ट्रांसपोर्ट
नहीं,
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट
एचओई वाले नहीं हो रहे हैं, हम सीसीएल में तो नहीं हो रहे हैं, मैं पूछा था।
किसी भी सब्सिडरी हो रहे हैं अभी चैप्टर 3 एंड चैप्टर 6 के प्रपोजल जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हैं?
नहीं नहीं, सीसीएल में नहीं हो रहे हैं, मैं पूछा था अभी रिसेंटली, नहीं हो रहे हैं।
अभी एक कोल इंडिया ने सर्कुलेट किया था कुछ दिन पहले ही कि मैंडेटरी कर दिया है, मतलब करने के लिए। जैम के साथ मीटिंग हुआ, मीटिंग में ही कंक्लूड किया गया है ये कि अभी
हाँ,
करने ही करने हैं।
नहीं तो जेम में जो अवेलेबल है उन्हीं को करना मैंडेटरी है जेम के नॉर्म के हिसाब से, और कस्टम बिड में तो वो लिख दिया है उन जो कोल इंडिया का ही सर्कुलर है कि वेयर एवर इट इज एप्लीकेबल।
हाँ एप्लीकेबल, बट अभी इन्होंने क्या किया ना, जेम में तो काइंड ऑफ डेली ग्रोथ हो ही रही है।
हाँ 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 बिल्कुल।
उसमें एक दो सिस्टम इन्होंने किए हैं, एक नॉन कैटालॉग बेस्ड और बीओक्यू बेस्ड बिडिंग स्टार्ट किया है।
हाँ किया है।
तो बीओक्यू बेस्ड बिडिंग में कोई भी टेंडर कर सकते हैं किसी भी तरह का, मतलब उसमें पूरे का पूरा अपना टर्म्स कंडीशंस डाल सकते हैं, सब कुछ दे सकते हैं, बट ये है कि आपका हमारा टर्म्स कंडीशन जेम के टर्म्स कंडीशन से ये नहीं क्लैश नहीं करना चाहिए।
हाँ वो तो, लेकिन ये चीजें वो लिख दिया है कि मतलब वो ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंस डिफाइन है, कौन सुपरसीड करेगा क्या करेगा, वो तो डिफाइन है जेम पे।
क्योंकि अगर कोई सब्सिडरी कर रही है तो काइंडली टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट अगर शेयर कर दें तो वही है।
कोई भी सब्सिडरी अगर कर भी रही है ना तो वो सारे अपने जो नॉर्मल एनआईटीज के टेंडर्स है ना उसी को अपलोड कर रही है, जो ई प्रोक्योरमेंट वाले पार्ट्स को रिमूव करके, और कुछ नया नहीं कर रहे हैं।
नहीं अभी जहां तक मैं काफी जगह बात किया था, कोई स्टार्ट नहीं किया था
नहीं
टेंडर।
सीसीएल में नहीं हो रहा, ये तो मैं पूछा था अभी रिसेंटली।
इसको कहाँ शेयर करते हैं?
ग्रुप में शेयर कर दीजिए।
ग्रुप में तो एक्सेस नहीं कर सकते हैं।
नहीं नहीं, ये चैट में, चैट में।
चैट में फाइल हो जाएगी?
हाँ हाँ, लिंक शेयर कर दीजिए आप, हो जाएगी। नहीं तो मेल कर दीजिए आप।
लिंक तो नहीं होगा शेयर, उसका मेल है ना।
हाँ मेल कर दीजिए ना काइंडली।
मैं आपको मेल कर देता हूँ, फिर देख लीजिएगा।
ठीक ठीक, ओके, थैंक यू।
इसको ड्रॉप करें, कहाँ पे है ये, कहाँ चला गया?
वो तो ये पात्र साहब, इसको बड़ा करना है, इसको कैसे बड़ा करना है, ये तो इतना ही हो रहा है, ये इसको स्क्रीन को बड़ा कर देना है तो
ये
नहीं हो रहा बड़ा, वो जैसे स्क्रीन हम लोग बड़ा किए ना सर, इसलिए हम लोग वो जो हम लोग का उसको तब पीपीटी को बंद करने से
बंद कर देता है, पीपीटी को बंद करते हैं।
पीपीटी को बंद कीजिए ना सर।
इधर बंद कर दीजिए।
राजू आओ ये जो इसको बड़ा स्क्रीन में लाओ, फुल फुल स्क्रीन में लाओ।
एक मिनट बताओ, इसको इसको हटा देते हैं ना, ये जो था इसको बंद कर दिया जाए,
उससे बंद करने का कुछ नहीं
कोई फायदा नहीं ना एक्चुअली। कहाँ बड़ा होगा ये, यू आर शेयरिंग माइक्रोसॉफ्ट पावर, ये इसको बंद करना होगा क्या? ये तो आगे ऊपर में सर।
अच्छा वो शेयरिंग बंद की, शेयरिंग बंद पे हो जाए, आई थिंक वो शेयरिंग ये स्टॉप शेयरिंग।
हाँ आ गया। हेलो, हेलो, हाँ मोहित,
ठीक है सर।
हेलो। हाँ घर साहब, ये होने से थोड़ा हमको बताइएगा जो बोर्ड नोट वाला। हाँ हेलो,
अभी म्यूट में है
ना कहाँ म्यूट?
सर।
हाँ सर।
Yes, sir,
मोहित,
you can start the session.
मोहित हमें ऑडिबल?
Sir, we are participants. We are audible. You are audible, sir.
You're audible, sir. You can begin the session, sir.
अच्छा, actually your video is not coming, so I thought you are not available here. Check it out. I am sorry that I could not attend the session from the beginning, and I think I have handed over to Mr. Fernando. He had, I think, he's a very experienced person so far as global tenders are concerned. He might have cleared all your
queries and clarified, I think, issues. But by the time when I was passing through the room, I heard somebody talking about कि ये सब नहीं किया तो कैसे होगा? You are correct. You are correct. So once you go doing hands-on tendering and
तो एरिया से ही हो जाएगा
gain experience, and by doing the tendering, gradually you will be exposed to such kind of issues which is coming now to your mind. So far as I will like to know, if all of you are from contract dealing departments, or you are from non-contract dealing departments?
Sir, we are from all departments of like mining, finance, etc.
Ah, fine. Mining people, they are also they go for contracts, and finance people, they must understand the contract intricacies, because somewhere in the day, after a year after, they will may become a tender committee member, or they may be concurring the case for approval. So it is equally important for all disciplines. And if we talk about personal department also, they also enter into contract for many type of services, including security, canteen services, and nobody can say, "Ki, no, I am not going to deal contract in the future years to come," because it is now wide open for everybody, as you might be aware
अथॉरिटी जिन्होंने
that
टेंडर
Government of India has already launched a platform called GEM. Although in GEM there is no provision for global tendering, but you are expected to deal tenders and contracts through GEM. There are various kind of issues, starting from gardening, kitchen handling, boarding facility, transport facility, book binding facility, photography, uh, then your event management, whatnot. Everything is available now, and at any point of time, you may be asked to deal some contract issues. So there is not a
Sir, please put off your mic.
pardon.
और रीजंस भी उसमें पूरा
Beg your pardon?
Nothing, sir. I was telling to one participant to put off his mic.
Acha, mic switch off. So I think if you have any queries regarding maybe of a global tender, or maybe of contract, maybe of normal tendering also, you can raise the cases. Another thing which I would like to highlight, that one very common issue which is now common, that due to government intervention, we are not going for global tender for less than 200 crores. So it has earlier been explained that why we go for global tender, where in case of less than 5 participants or manufacturers are available indigenously, and the product is not available in the Indian market, then we are forced to go for global tendering. But due to some issues which has cropped up recently in the recent year, we have now restricted this, that beyond below 200 crores, we are not going for global tendering. That to give an impetus to the Make in India target of Government of India, so that an MSME will be supported, so that we can produce such kind of goods or equipments which we are going to buy from abroad. Why cannot we go for that? That is the reason. And even it becomes very necessary that no, that is not possible here. There is an entire process of getting the exemption, that if although that is beyond below 200 crore, it is necessary to go for a global tender. There is a set procedure. We have to go by that. We have to write to DPIIT, then they will give us a list of manufacturers or associations. We have to interact with them and get their input, whether in near future they are going to manufacture, or whether they can manufacture that item. If things are negative, then only we can go for a global tender. And for that, I think Fernando Saab has already explained you how a person could know that what is my requirement. For that purpose, we have already uploaded the entire requirement of Coal India so far as procurement of goods is concerned, 3 years projection and 5 years projection item wise. So that is the base document. From that they can know, and they can plan ahead also. If they are planning to go for a product which is not yet been manufactured by anybody in India. So there is also a possibility. We are also going for a trial tender. In case of it is non-availability in India, we can give a Make in India. Just 1 minute. हाँ संदीप. चेयरमैन हाँ भेजिए चेयरमैन साहब के पास भेजिए. मैं वहां से कराऊंगा. So that is the issue with that. Then linked with that below 200 crores issue, there was another circular for prohibiting you to go for the manufacturers or the bidders which are sharing our border country borderline. That is a very simple issue which happens in social life also. If we are not pulling well with your neighbor, at times we, you or me or anybody guides your younger siblings that I don't go to their place, don't share anything with him. That happens that due to of obvious reason. But if your neighbor is of a certain important, having some important business like pharmacy or medical medicines, and in the midnight you want some help from him, naturally by making some way you go to approach him. So gradually government of India has also taken that same route, and they have given exemptions for buying spare parts or certain small equipments for used in research purpose and culture purpose, so we can go for that. And then gradually there were circulars allowing ONGC and BHEL to import from others, like the very typical equipment spares, which is not available in India. It is available in particular countries. So those kind of exemptions are also in line to come, and this situation will improve. So it has given a very positive vibe to the manufacturers, all this Indian business manufacturer class, that why even when they can manufacture in outside India, why we cannot do it? It will one way help to grow our economy indigenously. And all the intricacies like global tendering, it is a format. In the normal tendering, domestic tendering, there is a format, and in global tendering, there is a format. The format base work remaining the same due to the nature of quote, means they will quote in a foreign currency, transport will be through sea or air freight, and their payment dealing is different. When they have Indian agent appointed here to look after their services and spare parts management, that agreement is different. That is the basic difference, what I think, between a domestic tender and a global tender. So far as the foreign currency quote is concerned, our BOQ, that means bill of quantity, the what we call is price bid, it is so planned way made that the manufacturers can quote the of the equipment, can quote, or the good supplier, like we also buy tires, UTR tires, they can quote in foreign currency, and we can accommodate 5 type of foreign currency in our bid. Sorry, 7 type of foreign currencies in our bid, which we can take care. And when the at the time of price bid opening, we get the conversion rate prevailing on that of date of price bid opening, and that is automatically calculated, and the L1 price is reflected. So that part is taken care of. Second part, when we enter into an agreement, there are certain documents we take from them, that the manufacturer declaration, agreement declaration, their power of attorney, and the integrity pact, then their Indian agent status, and the payment to Indian agent commission, which is limited to 5%. All those things we scrutinize, and when it is found in line with the NIT provisions, then only we accept a firm as techno-commercially accepted. Of course, technically they must be accepted. Then after the price bid opening, just one. हाँ बस हाँ वहाँ पहुँचा जा रहा हूँ. When we after price bid opening, we there is a set procedure of going through the motion that we go for a price reasonability, whether the price is correct or not. Then we conclude the contract. After the contract is concluded, the next important point is the payment, because it is coming from abroad. There is a provision of payment through LC, irrevocable letter of credit, and that is a mode of payment. Like in Indian tenders, there is a payment that we can give in Indian currency, and their entities are available in India, and they are legally we can approach them. So payment is made to them after supply. But when it comes from other countries through via sea or marine transport or freight, there is a doubt in everybody's mind whether they will supply. when they are going to supply. There must be some commitment, and they say ki first you send me the money, then I will supply, because if I supply you make delay, then I am suffering. So that is an agreement called LC. So that LC is opened by us in association with the lead bank of that country and our lead bank in our country. They enter into an agreement, and after satisfying all the terms of the LC procedure, the LC is opened. That means we agree to pay them. When we pay them, when they load the material on sea or the transport. Okay? Bill of lading. So this is the difference between global tender payment and indigenous payment. All other terms like 20%, 80% through LC, 20% after commissioning, that will go also through LC. And the rest other payments like commissioning or spare parts procurement, provisioning, that will be paid in Indian currency. So this is the basic difference between a global tender and a domestic tender. Any questions so far? Anybody will like to interact?
No, sir.
नहीं, you must know. आपका मन में तो कोई क्वेश्चन आता होगा, पूछिए. No issue. कुछ पूछिए. Anything it comes to your mind. CCL, Mr. Vaja, Farhan Ali, Harish Kumar. Actually, when you gradually proceed with tendering process, then only this kind of issues. Again, there will be programs to recapitulate what you are being exposed today. But nevertheless, any input where you are getting, so I think it will be help you in future when you come across such kind of situation. Going for a tendering will click your mind.
सर
हाँ
सर, ये कोल इंडिया अभी तक सर ग्लोबली टेंडर कौन सा प्रोडक्ट में किया है सर? व्हाट आर द प्रोडक्ट?
हाँ, ठीक है, वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. ग्लोबल टेंडर में देखिए, इफ यू गो बाय द कंज्यूमेबल्स, यू नो द कंज्यूमेबल पार्ट, ओटीआर टायर जो है, इवन दो ओटीआर टायर नाउ इंडिया में भी एक पार्टी बनाना शुरू किया है फॉर पर्टिकुलर साइजेस फॉर ओटीआर टायर्स, radial tires and bias tires. Earlier there was no very less, one or two manufacturer available in India, like MRF and Apollo for smaller sizes, and JK. These are the three. They are for the smaller tires. Since those things are not available and there was no restrictions for this global tender below 200 crores, we were since beginning we are buying these tires through global tendering. It is a revenue item which I can cite you instantly. Thereafter, in case of equipments, whether it is a high capacity equipment what we buy at Coal India, or it is a equipment which is being procured at your subsidiary level, when there are less than 5 manufacturers. So if you take these drag lines, 20 cubic meter shovel, 10-20 cubic meter shovels, ये जो आइटम्स हैं, वॉकिंग ड्रैग लाइन, रोप सोवेल एंड बिग साइज डंपर जैसे 190, 240, इस केस में तो हम लोग ग्लोबल टेंडर जाते हैं. बिकॉज जैसे मैं बोला कि ट्रायल में वी आर गिविंग सम ऑर्डर टू BML, बट देयर इज ओनली वन फर्म अवेलेबल एंड दे विल बी बिकम प्रूवन आफ्टर से 3-4-5 years. So इस टाइप का आइटम में वी रेगुलरली गो फॉर ग्लोबल टेंडरिंग. देयर इज नो इशू इन दैट. And earlier also you can very well be aware of the fact that these medical instruments, medical equipments, mostly these are not manufactured in India. Those are only supplied through vendors. So for a CT scan, etc., bigger equipments, we go for global tendering.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
सर, irrevocable बैंक गारंटी क्या होता है सर?
हाँ, guarantee when you deal with your friend and your friend asks you, भाई हमको 2000 रुपया दे दे, तो आप क्या बोलते हैं, कब लौटाएगा? ठीक है ना? So it is a kind of thing that when somebody is giving a product to us and they are taking 80% payment against supply of the equipment after erection and commissioning, we keep a 20% tab on them कि ये पैसा तुम्हारा मेरे पास रहा. That is we take in the form of a performance bank guarantee. ठीक है. There are nationalized banks who are authorized to issue within India the bank guarantee, performance bank guarantee. Instead of giving cash. जी. हाँ भेज दीजिए. जी. नोट वाला अभी चेयरमैन साहब के पास फाइल पहुंच गया है. ठीक है. वहां हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं निकाल के आके पूरा दे. हाँ मैं तो लेके आया था. बोर्ड नोट में तो वो नहीं लगाएंगे क्या, डीएफ का और चेयरमैन साहब का अप्रूवल? एग्जैक्टली नहीं सर. ठीक है, तो खाली नोट हम दे देते हैं, वही चीज है, उसको नोट काट दिए थे. हाँ मेल में भेज देता हूँ. ठीक ठीक. थोड़ा कंपनसेशन मेल में भेज दो. ये बता जो भी दूसरा बनाएंगे काट के मेल में कंपनसेशन भेज के आपको. So that is the security we take from them, bank guarantee. In the tendering process, you might have come across the issue. We used to take EMD, earnest money. That means we take a security from the party that when they are quoting, they are earnest to quote. ऐसा नहीं कि कोई भी आके कोट कर लेगा, हमारा पास 50 तो ऑफर आ जाएगा. That is useless. So I cannot take any action on them. When it converts, an offer after tendering converts into a contract, then we ask for them to give us a security deposit. So when the security deposit is received, we release the EMD because the party has shown his earnestness and he has been awarded with the contract. Now we held the security. Then we go for PBG in case of equipment. So since last 5-6 years, we have combined the both two, that anybody can give a security deposit in form of a PBG covering the both. So instead of giving earlier practice of giving us any cash deposit or draft deposit, we go for the busy, which is easier, that it is lies with us, and in case we want to encash it when the party becomes default, then we encash it, or if it requires to be extended, then the party extends the BG and it continues further. Why that is important PBG is, when I encash somebody's cash deposit with me, it affects only him. But in case of we encash a PBG, it affects his business, because the bank will come to know that this party has done some in default or done some mischief for which the BG has been encashed. So he is losing a market credibility. So keeping a BG with us, we have a better control over the firm to comply with the terms, and our EA is fulfilled. That is the implication of PG.
Sir, in case of dispute with a foreign bidder or a contractor, where we will go for the resolution of that case? What is the process? What is the act or law?
You mean to say when there is a dispute?
Yes, sir.
When there is a dispute, one thing, we also take PBG from them. Okay? From nationalized through a international bank, and we get it confirmed through our SMFS process through ICICI Bank. So that is a guarantee of monetary loss to the party, number one. Number two, there is international court, we can go for a legal suit also. And number three, their counterpart in India, they are also liable to us.
Okay.
And if we doubt on everything, what will happen? There are procedures to tackle the issues, but it should not be in our mind always कि वो बाहर का आदमी देख के भाग गया तो हम क्या करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं है. The right is such a draft in a such a way, they are bound to be abide by the terms and condition, and there are instruments which will make them which will happen the things, means they will be forced to comply the issue. Why they will comply the issue? You see that the other process of, when you are talking of penalty, there is a penalty term is banning. We can take a coercive action in case of a defaulter of a farm when he is not complying to our terms, and harassing us, we can go for a banning in totality. When a company like Coal India, having the second largest manufacturing coal capacity in the world, bans a manufacturer, it is not a small thing. So they will be banned for entire 2 years for any business with Coal India. One, they are losing the business. Secondly, the market credibility. So those days are gone when issues were there and they used to show their eyes to us कि भाई हम नहीं देंगे, हम दे दिए तो हम replace नहीं करेंगे. Those days are gone now, and there is a integrity pact which we attached with every NIT. They used to go by that and sign and give us as an agreement. So there is a very 0.00001% possibility that somebody will be scot free and go by troubling Coal India or putting in a very bad position. That some dispute may come which can be settled.
Okay, sir.
सर जो एट्रीब्यूशन करते हैं सर इस कंडीशन में, तो वो सर क्या ऑनलाइन होती है या सर ऑफलाइन होती है? उनको बुलाया जाता है यहाँ इंडिया में?
क्या करता है
एट्रीब्यूशन सर, जो पार्टी साथ हमारा डिस्प्यूट चल रहा है, जो फॉरेन पार्टी है, तो क्या उससे ऑनलाइन एट्रीब्यूशन होती है सर हमारा, या उनके यहाँ जा करके या किसी जगह को डिसाइड करके फिर एट्रीब्यूशन करते हैं? कैसे क्या करते हैं सर?
ऐसा है कि देयर आर वेरियस मोड ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रिजोल्यूशन. वन है कि जो उसका इंडियन एजेंट है उसको वो ऑथराइज करके रखता है थ्रू एन एग्रीमेंट व्हाइल सबमिटिंग द ऑफर कि this Mr. so and so will be dealing with Coal India on our behalf with respect to negotiation, resolution, billing, election commissioning, service, everything. For that reason only they can give them a 5% agency commission. So when these are agreed in foreign currency, but agency commission given in Indian currency. So they are in the loop. It is not that they are totally scot-free. We will take the first on this our Indian agent. And if in such a situation it has never come, but if it's come, then go to international court.
Sir, for global tendering, sir, whether you are deputing any consultancy for tendering or directly you are doing this?
So far goods tender is concerned, we are not taking a help of any consultancy services. We are competent and we have our own portal, NIC. We do this in. We don't go for any consultancy.
सर ये रिवर्स बिडिंग का थोड़ा सा चाहिए.
जी जी
सर रिवर्स बिडिंग.
जी अच्छा रिवर्स बिडिंग के बारे में. Actually, before this practice of reverse bidding, what was happening is somebody has quoted their price, a firm price, and they stand by that, and when we open the price, they are found to be L1. And what happens thereafter? Earlier we used to go for a negotiation or a price justification, but after the intervention of CVC, when negotiation was totally denied, you cannot. It is a circular of 2007, no negotiation. तो आप negotiate करने से there is a element of that you are doing, you are free to have some element of corruption. So negotiation was banned. Only negotiation allowed with L1 where there is a limited source and it has to be time bound. You have to have your price benchmark fixed, then you go for a negotiation. So this has happened, and through the past experience, it is observed that L1 price who was quoted a price X, that was a possibility due to the reason in the slowdown of the economy or getting the raw material prices in a downward trend. There was a possibility because they have quoted a price 2 months before. We are opening a price after 2 months. That is a change. So there is a scope of lowering the price. But in such kind of tender, there is no scope of reducing the price legally. So when we switched over to this reverse auction process, what happens? When the price is opened, let us say there are 3 parties, their price is open. But in the portal, only the L1 price will be sold. other party's price will not be displayed. Sir, namaskar sir. हाँ सर, आ जाइए, मैं भी आ जाऊंगा सर। हाँ करेंगे 3 बजे, तो वो वाला है, आपके पास आया था, लिख दिए थे सर। सर सर जी, ठीक सर, ठीक सर, थैंक यू सर। आइए। Only the L1 price is reflected, and name of the other bidders are not disclosed. Neither their price is disclosed. So what happens if there is a price without having any label of any farm's name? It is say 6 rupee. So if anybody wants to reduce their prices beyond that, due to obvious reason, 0.5% round up to the next 10 rupee or 100 rupee or 1000 rupee based on the value of the equipment or goods, they can reduce. Once the one party has reduced the price, and that becomes the auction price for the any other party to bid. We will wait for half an hour for that, and any other party can also bid. So this is the process, that by opening of the reverse auction, there is a reduction in the price, and the party may reduce the price, whoever is there. So we, at the last, when auction, nobody reduces the price for an half an hour, the auction will close, and we get a reduced price in comparison to what have been we have got a L1 price at the beginning of the reverse auction. This is the benefit we get out of this reverse auction.
Sir, if there is technology is new, in that case, we do reverse bidding or not, sir?
Pardon?
If the technology, if we are buying new technologies from outside, then we do reverse bidding or not, sir?
You see, when I am buying new technology, means it is not available in India. Okay, I am going for a global tender because we don't have that technology. But as per the policy here, when you go for a to bid tendering, critical tendering, any tender above 50 lakhs, we have to go for reverse auction. You cannot pick and choose.
Sir, whether all the bidders are allowed to take part in reverse bidding?
Yes, it is open to everybody.
Okay.
If they are techno-commercial acceptable and the price is open, they can. This is a case of global tendering. I am giving you the reply because it is a two-bid tender. It is a critical tender. If you talk about a normal tender below 50 lakhs, where there is a single bid, price is open, that is a different issue. They can participate.
Okay.
All are allowed to participate in that reverse auction. So far as new technology question was there, if you want to, there are other mode of tenders you can also go for. Expression of interest, you can ask for any, if there are any parties to which they have the new technology to come in. So those kind of tenders are not likely of goods tender. That will become a kind of either contract or works. Because we always go for a tender which is a proven product, and in our terminology, we go for a trial order. If a product is not available in India and abroad also a new thing, we go for a trial tender. We float a trial tender, and the terms are totally different. They have to give a equal value of BG for the entire transaction, and then we can go for a trial.
सर थोड़ा एक्सप्लोसिव के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के बारे में बताइए सर।
इसमें
रिलेटेड टू एक्सप्लोसिव।
अच्छा, आप एक्सप्लोसिव देखते हैं कहीं पे?
नहीं, माइनिंग का हूँ सर, तो थोड़ा उसका बता दीजिए सर, बिकॉज ये
Exactly. Today is I am busy since morning for that issue only. Explosive is a restrictive product to be used in not in coal mines and other mines also. We use two kind of one is LD, that is which can be stored, LD and CDD. There is a keeping capacity quality. It can be stored in our magazines. We buy that also, and similarly we go for bulk. That is we call SMS, site mixed explosives, which when they are carried in the vehicle, BMD vehicle, those are cannot be considered as explosive. When the downpour of the liquid mixed into the all the ingredients, then it become a explosive. So we buy these two type of explosives. Specifically, these are not a decentralized item. These are centralized item of Coal India. Every 2 year, as per the new manual, we go for finalizing a RC tender, and we enter into agreement with various parties when they have agreed to our terms and conditions for 2 years RC with a fixed price and quantity. And there is a provision of exceeding the requirement of the 140% in case of need, because we are not sure of our targets being revised, because when there is more requirement of coal for thermal, then we have to push up. So for that reason, we have given a 40% hike possibility that we may go for that. So with that provision, we go for that. And for bulk also the similar kind of issue. And for these two type of explosives, ammonium nitrate is the basic ingredient. And since this is the basic ingredient and it constitutes little more than 60% of the total explosive product, a price variation clause has been fixed, which is now as on date is being for PVC is a specific formula with ammonium nitrate, taking the HSD for emulsion, and there are a few other items. And this price is revised every 3 months based on the government price of ammonium nitrate that we go for Rashtriya Chemicals. They used to give us a rate as a government manufacturer, and we go for a price variation every quarter. If it has fallen down, then we reduce the prices for 3 months. If it has gone up, yeah, we have to revise the price accordingly. And linked with this price revision, there is a clause of a delivery performance also, because there's a long gap of period to supply, and we are using the explosive. We have to record their delivery, and there is a penalty also when they fall below 90%, below 60%. We impose penalty, and we recover the penalty amount from the bills, or they used to. For these explosive contracts, we go for indigenized tender, means not a global tender, domestic tender. Or we have got enough manufacturers here. They participate in that, and they go through the process of reverse auction. Before going to the reverse auction, there are certain basic documents we insist the firms to provide in their offer as per NIT, and we also check that documents like their manufacturing license, their PESO license, which is mandatory for operating the vehicle, and there are various other statutory documents. After these documents are through and technically they are acceptable, and we go for the price bid. In this kind of this explosive manufacturers, in this case of this slurry, they are situated in clusters, not in a particular place, and there is a embargo by PESO that any vehicle carrying liquid explosive cannot travel more than 250 kilometers. So the prices has to be different. So Coal India has evolved a mechanism that explosive manufacturer will quote subsidiary price, because the distance between WCL and BCCL is too much. It is much beyond 250 kilometers. So the set of manufacturers at WCL cannot supply explosives to BCCL. So for that reason, we go for subsidiary wise party to quote, and price evaluation is done on that basis. So those parties who are nearer to the subsidiary within the ambit of 250 kilometers, they will quote the rate for that subsidiary. And whoever is L1, and the reverse auction takes place second. After the reverse auction takes place, there will be one L1. आप बोलेंगे कि एक L1 हुआ तो सप्लाई दे देगा, ऐसा नहीं है, because you know your job nature, and we cannot depend on a single party. So it has already been incorporated in the NIT with approval since so many years, that we will have the multiple suppliers. So we counter offer that price to all the participating bidders, and whoever accepts the lowest price of the particular subsidiary, we enter into agreement with the party for RC. At the same time also, we have a restriction on the capacity wise of the subsidiary. NCL needs more, so there will be 5 parties. ECL is lesser, there will be 3 parties. So there is also a policy decision. So when in case of NCL, there is more than 5 parties, let us say 2 parties are extra. So we keep them in a reserve RC category because they will accept the price and we keep them reserve. In case anybody fails, we can ask them to supply to meet our requirement. This way, we tender and finalize the exclusive tenders, and this is for 2 years.
Okay, sir.
Any queries regarding this?
No, sir.
No, sir. Thank you. You're very much cleared about rate contracts.
Yeah.
Sir, one thing, is there anything to check about the quality of the explosive supplied? How do we check on that?
It's a very purely technical issue. I will let you know whatever I have the knowledge with respect to that. There is a specific formula for that through which they manufacture, and they have their quality testing setup, and with that they supply. To check that, there is a powder factor. Means it is being checked by our engineers with a particular type of blasting in a particular area.
Sir, my question is that suppose we know that powder factor is one thing, detonator factor is another thing. Suppose the contractor fails in quality test, what are the provisions we take action against them?
Yeah. That's what I'm going to explain. When you use a particular kind of SMS explosive LD, they supposed to be, it will give you such kind of powder factor or fragmentation. That has to happen. Okay. When it doesn't happen, so when they are supplying a bulk to you, large quantity, there is a provision of tolerance. If the failure is more, then they are penalized. And when they totally fail, then we stop the supply. You see, by eliminating a party, we are not getting any benefit of that because due to this limited source of manufacturing. If we go by debarring each party with a failure of once, so we are not going to get the material for us. It is a very restrictive type of item. So there is a totally technical calculation, and there is a penalty also, which is the same way it is applicable with the delivery. When they fail, there is a how much is the powder factor and what their blasting has happened using their product, and there is a calculation for penalty.
Sir, how do we calibrate when we measuring the quantity we delivered quantity of explosive at the site in CCL?
It is very simple. You might have seen these way bridges alongside of any industrial setup, or in the highways you might have seen the way bridges. When a truck is comes to delivery, their payment is taken, and after delivery the payment is taken. So
Sir, many times at project site it differs, and where delivered in the NK area in CCL, the amount is differed. So how we can see that both are equal or not, sir? Because we also calibrate by inspector, they also calibrate by inspector, but the difference are coming nowadays. That's why.
in weight,
Yes, sir.
वजन अगर आप वजन कराते हैं सही से, vehicle with the liquid carrying is 105 tons. So when it goes back and weigh taken as 80 ton, that means you have consumed 25 tons.
सर वहां पर से जो निकलता है वो ठीक है, तो वहां भी चेक करते हैं सर, यहाँ भी चेक करते हैं, दोनों की कैलिब्रेशन में डिफरेंस आ रही है सर, ये बात कर रहा हूँ मैं।
नहीं तो अब उसको सेम वे ब्रिज में वजन करिए।
ओके।
अगर आपका डिफरेंस वेब्रिज में कैलिब्रेशन गड़बड़ है तो अब एक ही वेब्रिज में करिए।
नहीं तो जो फाइनल साइट और रिसीविंग साइट पे जो वेवरेज रीडिंग आ रहा है उसी पे पेमेंट होना चाहिए।
एक आप अगर मन में वो कैलिब्रेशन का डाउट है, इट इज ऑलवेज बेस्ट टू गो फॉर वन वेब्रिज। जिस तरह जाएगा उस तरह वापस आएगा, वहीं पे वजन कर लीजिए।
सर वेमेंट करके हम लोग चेक भी करते हैं सर, लोड मतलब वेट डाल के वहां भी चेक कर चुके हैं सर, वहां भी चेक किए हैं तो उनका अलग दिखता है, उनके वेट से हमारा वेट से अलग दिखता है, जबकि दोनों इंस्पेक्टर सर्टिफाई करता है दोनों को। कैसे क्या करेंगे?
मशीन का आपका कैलिब्रेशन का इशू है, इसलिए हमारा कहना है कि जो आप एंट्री करेंगे उसी को लेना होगा, क्योंकि उसका वेब्रिज कहाँ है आप कौन देखने जाता है?
ओके
आपका कोई आदमी जाता है देखने के लिए क्या?
नहीं 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 सर,
तब
ठीक है।
इट इज अप टू यू। आपका घर में सामान आएगा, आप दुकान में वजन करके लाइए और अपना घर में वजन करिए। अगर आपका वेब्रिज है तो आप उसमें वे कर सकते हैं। अब किसी का कहने पे अगर हम मान लेंगे आप बाद में कम आएगा तो उसके लिए तो जिम्मेदारी लेना पड़ेगा।
ओके सर, वी आर फॉलोइंग द सेम प्रोसेस, दैट्स इट।
एक्चुअली क्या है, देखिए ये वेमेंट खाली एक्सप्लोसिव का नहीं है, एनी स्टोर्स मटेरियल जो हम लोग का भी आता है, जैसे लोहा आता है, तो उसमें भी तो करना पड़ता है। और व्हेन यू सेल स्क्रैप ऑल्सो, तो अभी आपको वजन करके देना पड़ता है। उसमें तो थोड़ा बहुत इश्यूज है, उसको आपको टैकल करके जाना होगा। आप तो इनके एरिया का बोल रहे हैं, वह तो इश्यूज थोड़ा बहुत है, बट यू आर वर्किंग इन रिमोट प्लेसेस। हम लोग भी काम किया है, उसी को देखते हुए सो फार एज प्रैक्टिकेबल हम लोग को मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा। सर 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 जी सर। सर अच्छा सर, तो चेयरमैन साहब का अभी चेयरमैन के पास चला गया था अटेंडेंस से होके सर। बोरा साहब से बात कर लेते हैं सर उनका। ठीक सर। जी सर जी सर जी सर जी सर जी सर जी सर। अरुल आ जाओ। सो फ्रेंड्स, आई थिंक मेरा तो कि आगे जाने के लिए दौड़ना पड़ेगा। एंड आई थिंक so far your queries are satisfied, or anything extra you can interact with Fernando sir. So I excuse this time, I could not give you full time. So I think Mohit also will appreciate कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं इस issue में।
Sir, thank you very much, sir. In spite of your busy schedule, you have spare time, sir. So nice
अभी
of you, sir. Thank you, sir.
फर्नांडो साहब अभी हैं और कुछ है तो
Yes,
थोड़ा
sir.
देख लीजिए। थैंक यू थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू सर।
Sir has given an overall brief. I think he took the other aspects also into consideration. I think अच्छा class भी हो गया है. Anything, any other questions? Mohit,
Yes, sir.
should we close down? Should we
Yes,
close?
sir. Thank you, sir. Fernando, sir,
Thank
thank you so
you.
much, sir, for
Yes,
handling the
yes.
session. I
Yeah.
know you are very busy in some
No.
critical assignments, sir. In
Yes,
spite of
yes.
this, sir, you both have given your, sir, valuable time, sir.
Yeah. Yes,
On
yes.
behalf of ISM and participants, sir, thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you.
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, thank
Okay,
you.
then we will end this session and we will meet again at 2 o'clock sharp. So please all join at 2 o'clock. Today's post lunch session will be writing case studies. And as you know, you have to write a case study of 50 marks. So please attend that session at 2 o'clock. This will be taken by Sri Abhijit Majumdar, sir. So let's have a lunch break. We will meet again at 2 o'clock.
Thank you everyone.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ishan Saab, I got your mail, but it is not clear whether it has still been endorsed by Coal India Limited.
हाँ ये कोल इंडिया से ही रिसीव हुआ था.
Okay, because there is no endorsement of Coal India, that's why. Because it is a complete the same as it was circulated by Ministry of Finance.
ओके नहीं ये जीमेल उनका ऑफिशियल ईमेल पे आया था, जो ऑफिशियल ईमेल है उससे मैंने फाइल डाउनलोड किया और फाइल को अटैच करके सेंड किया.
Okay, okay.
Anyone there?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We will start in 5 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Arun.
Good afternoon, sir.
So today we are going to talk about how to write a case study. Is there anyone who has written a case study earlier in this group? Anyone? This is required because for your sessional task, which is probably 25%, I mean 25 out of 100, this mark will be awarded to you as per the quality of your case study as a sessional that you submit before your PDCM exam, final exam. So since the very starting of this program, it was felt that many of us actually don't know how to write a case study. And that's why it was brought into the curriculum to teach you how to write and to guide you how to write a case study or a caselet. Let me tell you that the case study that you are going to write for your sessional will be purely on a topic related to procurement and nothing else, only procurement. You might have come across some interesting event related to procurement, which was a little weird or maybe a unique kind of procurement where there had been different ups and downs, or there were some criticalities that you have observed, and how you have actually put a solution to that. Recapitulating all those things, you will have to write a case study. It may not be a very long one, lengthy one, but you should be having some substance so that people get interested in going through the case study. Now, first of all, in order to write a case study, you have to first understand what is the case study analysis. How do you do it? Because the case has already, the incidence has already occurred, and now you are recapitulating it and putting it into the form of a case study for the benefit of others who will be reading your case study, and they will gain some knowledge and experience out of that. Basically, a case study analysis requires you to investigate a business problem, any business problem. Here we will be dealing with problems related to procurement, and then examine the alternative solutions and propose the most effective solution using supporting evidences. Like, this is the way it could be done or it can be done. Maybe in that particular case there had been some flaw in the procedures. So had it been me, or the best way or the ideal way of doing it would be this. So that kind of analysis has to be made by you while you write a case study. Now, how do you prepare yourself to write a case study? That is very important. See, this session is very short. So we will not be taking 3 hours, but you have to understand and take note regarding this, regarding how to write a case study. See, first of all, for preparing a case, you will have to read and examine the case thoroughly. Maybe that case is in the form of a procurement file. There are many pages of notes in that. There are many documents related to that particular case. There may be many decisions taken during the case file was on. There may be many deliberations also on the particular case. So you have to carefully read and examine the case thoroughly. And while doing so, just by reading will not do to write a case study. You will have to take notes of the salient points. That is, you have to highlight the relevant facts. Without doing that, what will happen? Your the structure of the case study will not be very much organized. So for that matter, you have to take notes and highlight the relevant facts. What are the turning points of that particular case? And then you will find that there are certain key problems into it. You will have to underline and identify those key problems even before you start writing the case study. This is just a preparatory thing. In order to write a case study, you will have to first take notes of the entire thing. You have to summarize it. You have to highlight the relevant facts and also underline or identify the key problems that had been faced in that particular case. Then, while you are preparing the case, you should also focus your analysis. Means whatever has happened, whatever is there in the case file, you will have to make your own analysis of that file. You have to build up your own opinion about that and analyze the thing. For that matter, the process is you will identify 2 to 5 key problems in that particular case, and also try to find out why do they exist. When you know why do they exist, you will also come to know that what can be the probable solutions to that. Because if you know the root cause, then you can, and if you analyze it, you will be able to find a solution to that if you are having sufficient knowledge about it, about the subject. You'll also have to find out that these key problems, how do they impact the organization? Because of these problems, let me tell you, I had written a case study a few years back that was on delay in procurement in government and public sector of India. So there I had taken up a case, although it was the names and the location was fictitious, but it was actually a reflection of a real case where it took more than 7-8 years to purchase this particular equipment. And what are the kinds of problems that had been faced by the department, or unique types of problems that had been faced by the department which were unforeseen and had occurred, and how that had actually contributed to the delay of the the procurement. So you have to find out the reasons or the problems which actually impact the organization, are those key problems you have to identify, and then you will have to also identify who are responsible for such kind of occurrences. Who are responsible? I think things are getting clearer to you, how you focus on your analysis. So, and once you do that, you will have to uncover the possible solutions. Maybe those kind of solutions are not being reflecting in the case file based upon which you are preparing a case study, but you will have to uncover the possible solutions the best of your understanding. And in order to do that, you have to review your course readings. You will have to not only review your course readings, you will also have to have discussions with your colleagues and your seniors and your subordinates who are conversant of this kind of cases, and you will have to discuss and find out what is there in their mind and take note of that, so that you can find a solution. If that is not coming out of your own mind, maybe some solution or some different angle of thought or thought process will emerge from some of your colleagues. So discussion regarding the case is very important among your peer group, all of your colleagues, in your study group, whatever. And then you should also not get yourself confined to the within the purview of the case file itself. You will also have to do some outside research. What are those outside researches? You will have to find out what are the practices in other departments, what are the practices going on globally in this matter, what is the scenario, say if we are talking about delay in procurement, then what is the scenario globally as far as delay in procurement in public sector is concerned. You will find there are umpteenth number of articles available in the internet from which you can get a fair idea, and you will get some statistics also which are relevant statistics. And if you put those statistics in your in some part of your case study, it will make it more richer. It will be richer. Your content of the case study will be richer. So outside research is a must, where you have to hit the internet and find out whether there are similar cases which had happened here in this country or globally. You can even make a research on the delays that used to occur or normally used to occur in the process of defense procurement. I have made while I was writing this case study, I made a thorough research of different kinds of procurement that had started decades back in the field of defense procurement, and I had formed opinion, and that helped me in writing my case study. You can also give some references to that in your case study, where you can say the same thing was found in there, and this, and mostly so when you are giving a solution, that time you can bring in the outcomes of such kind of researches that you have already made. Research doesn't mean a very extensive kind of thing, but you should hit the internet and find out with some keywords. You have to find out whether you can identify any such what do you call it, similar cases which had happened, or some statistics about it, and then you can very well develop your own case study in a very richer way. And then comes your own experience. Since you have got considerable experience in the field of procurement, you also might have formed your own opinion. You also have got some solution in your mind. You also might have got some ideas which you want to implement, which is not there in place. But through your case study, you can suggest such kinds of solutions out of your own experience. So these are the things you have to keep in your mind. Whatever I am saying, if you want, I can share the PowerPoint presentation, which will be shared with you. I will give it to your program coordinator. It will be working. These are all in bullets, but if those bullet points are there in front of you, it will give you. It will be easier for you to to structure your case study. Okay. Now, while preparing the case study, see, you have not started writing it, but you are contemplating, you are trying to structure it, and in that process, once you have already reviewed some course readings, you have discussed the matter with your peer groups, you have got done a certain kind of external research, and also you have put in your mind into it based upon your own experience, then you will have to select the best solutions for that particular case. And there, to select the best solution, as I have told, that this research will come into your come handy to you. You will have to, while giving or selecting the best solutions, you will have to consider strong supporting evidences. And these strong supporting evidences will come from your research or certain documents. Okay. And this can be used as references in your case study. You should also, while selecting the best solution, you should not do something, very, sometimes people become over imaginative and they go away from they leave the ground and their solutions are not really realistic. You have to put your foot on the ground and staying there, understanding your present working condition, what can be the best solution. Don't give a solution which is not even possible to be implemented in a working condition where you are. So you have to give a realistic solution, and for that you have to consider the pros and cons. What are the pros and what are the cons for such kind of solutions that you have given? So it needs, to write a case study, it needs a lot of thinking. Before you start writing, you have to think a lot. You have to contemplate that thing. You have to consider several factors before you even start writing a case study. As I said, that whatever solution you give, you have to ask yourself on and on again, are these solutions realistic? Don't give an unrealistic solution, otherwise no one is going to buy it. I mean to say, they will say these are all theoretical and it's not at all an interesting case study because it is lacking the practical touch. So that's why you will have to understand this and accordingly start preparing stage by stage, as I have told you, to write a case study. Now comes the portion where you start drafting the case. Now for that, as I have told you in the introduction part, you will have to identify the key problems and issues in the case study. Whenever you start writing a case study, you will eventually start with an abstract of the case, an abstract. And let me tell you, an abstract cannot be very lengthy. It should be confined within a paragraph, within one small paragraph. So your abstract should always be, you have to keep it in mind that my abstract will be within a few hundred words or say within 100 words. That has to be kept in mind whenever you write a case study. And that will actually give an overview to the reader about what you are going to discuss in that particular case study. Like in my case regarding delay in procurement processes in government and public sector, this is actually gone for peer appraisal, already gone to an international journal, and international journals, they take a hell of a lot of time to publish it in a journal. So I'm waiting patiently. Nothing negative has come from their side. They asked for some corrections, I did it and I have sent it back. Now in an abstract, how I have written it, I'm giving you an example. That's why I brought a copy of my case study here. Here what we write in an abstract, in a case where we are discussing delay in procurement processes in government and public sector, what I have written, I'll just read it out to you so that you can understand how it should be written. Are you with me, all of you?
Yes,
Sir.
sir.
Singh,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Harish Kumar,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayank Sharma, are they there? Okay. See, this is how I started. Inordinate delays are routine in finalizing procurement processes of high value items like equipment and plant and machinery in government and public sector undertakings in India. Okay, this is how I start. This case pertains to delay in procurement of crawler dozers, a heavy earth-moving machinery, by a public sector undertaking of Government of India in the mining industry. The chronology of events over 6 years brings out casual factors like procrastination in initiating the process of procurement by the user department, multi-stage queries, time taken in preparation of technical specifications and in scrutiny and evaluation of the bid documents, complaints by bidders, and post-recommendation queries by the approving authority. Some of these are due to malafide intentions of decision makers and lack of domain knowledge among the officials involved, accentuated by lack of courage to take a decision. The most important learning outcome of this case is that while erratic decisions are discouraged, procrastination of decisions should also be avoided with the same seriousness. This case highlights how delays generally occur in procurement by PSUs that could otherwise be avoided if a standard operating practice was in place, instead of adopting an ad hoc measure in the name of prudence. So this is abstract. How many words have I used? Arun? Anyone?
100 to
Maybe
150.
150.
80 to
Is it
100.
not quite brief? That is what I am interested in.
150, I think, sir.
Maybe 150.
Within that word, I have tried to give an abstract of this case. What is it? What is an abstract? The abstract should be such that the reader gets interested to go further down the case study for his own reading or her own reading. This is just to generate the curiosity. It is the starter of the dinner, before the dinner. You make them feel interested about your case study, giving them in a nutshell, you are giving them an idea what is going to come in the next few pages of the case study. So here you have seen that I have identified the key problems and issues in the case study by writing procrastination, multiple queries, all those things I have written. Pre-approval, just before approval, there are certain reviews being done. Although the indents were approved maybe 2 years back or 3 years back or 1 year back, whatever. After giving due diligence to the matter, but then again we start reinventing the wheel, ask the same question after 1 year, although an elaborate reply was given at that point of time with all justification and logic. But we are in a habit to do this. So these are the reasons of procrastination, or rather lingering the procedure. So you will have to, while drafting your case, you will have to identify the key problems and issues in the case study and write it down. Then you will have to formulate and include a thesis statement. See, the thesis statement has to be written. That this is the reason, this is why this is happening, otherwise it would haven't happened. As we say, hypothesis. Because of this is happening, you are giving an hypothesis to it. Because of these reasons, these are happening. But you have to be very sure what you are writing is correct or not. You have to be very sure about it. And then you will have to summarize the outcome of your analysis in 1 to 2 sentences, lastly. Okay. Now you will have to build a background. This is your abstract, but now you are building a background. You have to set the scene. See, there are many ways of writing a case study. if you are writing a case study on HR or any other topic, there sometimes we write it in a form of a storytelling process. We do structure it, but there it is more like a storytelling. We define the characters so that the reader can understand who is who in this particular case, because it is just a storytelling sort of thing. Okay. Somewhere in technical matters, we don't do that. But in any case, whether you are writing it in a very, methodical and structural way, or it is a little, in a prose form, whatever it may be, you will have to set the scene, how it has started happening, who are the characters in this. You will have to give some background information about the case. That is how you start writing the thing. You bring in certain relevant facts into it. You also bring in the most important issues involved into the matter. And then you demonstrate your research regarding the problems in this case study. That is where your external research, your discussions with your fellow men is very important. And you have to take notes about it. If you are really writing it for the first time, take my advice very seriously, or my guidance. Once you become conversant with writing case studies, that time maybe you will go through many case studies and you can choose how you can do it. But in any case, it has to be structured. It cannot be unstructured. Okay. So I am giving you a way how to structure it. So once you have set the scene, you have given the background information, you have brought out the relevant facts and the most important issues in the case. You should then demonstrate your research regarding the problems in the case study. You have to demonstrate it. You can bring in many other facts which are relevant to the case. And you will also have to give the alternatives always. What has happened has happened. You are narrating it, the case. But there may be, as we have already talked about while we are preparing for writing the case study, we said that we will analyze the thing, we'll come out with solutions. This will now come handy while you have started writing or drafting the case. So you will have to outline some possible alternatives. This you can discuss in the last part of it, where if it is a classroom kind of, if you are going to hold a classroom session out of the case study, then what we do, you give some probable questions to the students. This is the case study, these are the probable questions, and these are the probable answers. And while you write the probable answers and give it to your students or participants or to your readers in a study circle, there you put in such kind of possible alternatives as a probable answer or solution. Okay. And then you have to explain sometimes some alternatives were thought of and then they were rejected, and if those alternatives were rejected in the case study, why those alternatives were rejected, all those things you have to write down about the alternatives, and also the constraints or the reasons for such. What are the constraints in choosing such kind of alternatives and reasons for rejections? Sometimes it happens so that the solution that you are giving at that particular juncture of the case is not realistic. Maybe it is a solution, maybe the solution is a very good one, but not was not possible to be implemented at that point of time. Possible to be implemented at that point of time. How? Suppose if I tell you there is a inundation in the mine and you are going to process or follow the procedure which is written down for normal course of procurement. And now how to actually do it in the best possible way. There if you say no, you will have to float a tender and then you will have to wait for so many days and then you open the tender and then you scrutinize. It is not done in such a way. These are emergency procurements, and for that, even if there is the laid down process is inadequate, you will have to search for an alternative. Even if it is not clearly written how to proceed, you will have to find out a solution which is as an alternative which is possible at that point of time. As we were discussing the other day regarding procurement of curtains or drapers and procurement of towels and bed linens, these are not written down in any of your manuals, but these are the possible solutions. So if you are writing a case study on procurement of linens and towels, and there if you discuss this kind of solutions and what are the other difficulties in this process, probably this is an appropriate example where you adopt certain procedures where it is not even laid down. The procedures are not laid down and you are evolving with a solution to the best of your knowledge and belief. Okay. Now, while you are drafting the proposed solutions, you will have to provide one specific and realistic solution. Right? Specific and realistic solution. And you will also have to explain why this solution was chosen. Why? Otherwise, if you just give a solution and you don't justify why this solution has been chosen, then it doesn't remain so much convincing for the reader. So in order to convince the reader, you will have to explain further why this solution was chosen. And you will have to support the solution with solid evidences, with certain examples or certain, past record or certain documentation that you have found somewhere in a journal or in internet. So that is how you will have to support your solution with solid evidences. And as I have told you, this comes from concepts from discussions, lectures, text readings. From there only you will get this kind of solutions. And also the outside research that you have made. So sometimes we also include certain anecdotes from when you are using, as I have told you earlier, that you have to use your own experience while you are thinking to write. You have to think about your own experience about the solutions. There you can use certain anecdotes also. That in 1999 or 2011, a similar case occurred in one of our branch offices and or in subsidiary companies, and which had ultimately culminated into a disaster because the decision that was taken was hasty. Certain factors were not taken into consideration. So before taking a decision, these factors are also to be considered so that such kind of disaster never repeats. So your personal experience and knowledge and such kind of anecdotes in your case study will be a welcome proposition. You can always write such kind of things. Now, after you have written down the draft, you have already drafted it, you will have to read it again and again and again. And you will have to find out that if I was a person who was not knowing about the case, and I was just a reader of this particular case, what are the gaps which would have come into my mind? Like if you are writing a story or a case, since you know the entire case, maybe you tend to skip certain things which are not vital to you because they are working in the back of your mind. But for a reader, maybe he doesn't have the knowledge of the background, and whatever background you have given is not sufficient for him or her to understand the present situation. So that's why it is your duty as an author to check for gaps or inconsistencies in your writing. कहीं कहीं पे इनकॉन्सिस्टेंट होता है व्हाट यू राइट, कहीं कहीं पे एक सडनली जंप करता है आदमी, उसका क्रोनोलॉजी मेंटेन नहीं होता है. So you will have to maintain the chronology so that the reader can smoothly slide from one incident to another, move from one incident to another with a proper understanding of the case. Okay? And this is all about your language and how you structure it. That does not mean, and I warn you, that please do not write long sentences. Try to keep your sentences as short as possible. Use punctuations, but mostly, you have to try, your intention should be to keep the sentences short, if not very short, but short. Okay? Otherwise, what happens, I have seen people writing sentences which are as good as a paragraph. So when you start reading that sentence and when you end, you yourself get confused. And maybe the writer also gets confused when he makes some mistakes in the construction of the sentence, which becomes a little confusing, further confusing for the reader. So that's why it is my request to you, whenever you are writing or you are drafting, you will have to see that your sentences are short, and when you finalize it, you should edit it again. If you have by mistake made a very big long sentence, try to find out whether this can be, by changing, shifting the words here and there, whether it can be turned or it can be converted into multiple sentences. Okay? And that is one thing. And as I told you, it is a must for you to check if there is any gap in the narration of the case study. Whether or you can do one thing. After writing it, you can give it to your friend, ask him to study, and ask him where he is finding difficulty in understanding the chronology or the essence of that particular case study. And he should give you a very critical response. And whatever he says, one or two friends of yours, then you try to focus on those points also and try to understand what mistake you have done while you are finalizing the case study. Then sometimes people, what they do when they write the thesis statement, this is the statement for this particular case study, they write it in such a way that nothing is clear. There are some very knowledgeable people, they do such kind of mistakes. Less knowledgeable people like us, they don't do such mistakes. They try to bombard you with certain jargons and all those things, and you get confused. So your thesis statement should be very clear and direct. That is what I mean to say. It should be very simple, understandable to anyone. And as I told you, you will have to check for the solid evidences. The evidences should be solid in nature, whatever you are putting over there, because this is to be read by many people, and if you give some, very weak kind of evidences, which doesn't actually stand good, then your case study also becomes a little weak. That's why. And while thinking about it, where preparing for the case study, you have already made certain analysis. Those analysis you have made in the very first go. But after you have written down or you have drafted it, you should give a revisit to the things that you have written, and also the analysis that you have made. Whether the analysis that you have made is really appropriate or it can be even better. You keep thinking. When you are writing a case study, you should always think about the case study. You will find that there are other solutions that might come up into your mind. So these are the way you do it. And once you have done all these things and you have written down, I can give you certain ideas how you write it, just as I have told you. That first of all, you have to write the abstract, which should be very short and crisp and precise. There you will have to give a thesis statement, and then you have to write down the keywords. Suppose there are certain words were very important as far as the case study is concerned, and which are being repeated on and on again, or these are the basic elements or factors on which the case study actually is built. So these are the keywords. Like, there are certain words in my keywords in my case study which I brought for, just to cite you some examples. Like, proven criteria was because that has come many a times in the case study. That's why. Negotiation, price negotiation was one. Project life was one. So this kind of certain words will be made very vital to your case study. So after the abstract, you will have to write down the keywords so that the reader also understand that, okay, the case is going to rotate around certain keywords, and these are the keywords. Okay. Now, after writing the abstract, you can go for an introduction. An introduction that you make, which necessarily would be a little, longer than an abstract, where you give the background also, and you give an overall idea about how the public procurement is going on in India. Government and PSU procurements are going on in India. What are the evolutions in that, and what is being practiced today in the government sector for the purpose of public procurement? All those things you will have to mention as an introduction. And then in the very last part, you can also talk about a little bit of your policy and internal procedures and chronology of events in the process of your case study. Then comes you can write it in such a way that the challenges faced by you. What are the challenges that was faced in that particular case? You can also then set the scene, where you give the background of the company about which you are writing, background of the scene around which the case has actually occurred, where you will have to give a brief description of the organization about which you are not necessarily it's a real kind of story, but you can make some some fictitious names and hypothetical organization, something like that. But the case should have some substance, where you give a brief description for the understanding of the reader, what kind of organization that is, and what is the volume of that organization, what is the structure of that organization, and some inputs regarding the involvement of the case and the importance of the case with respect to the organization. All those things can be written down. And then if you are very much focused or concentrating on the processes of your organization, because you are going to derive some case out of cases that has occurred in somewhere in Coal India, although you might not name Coal India, and I will suggest not to name without the permission of the organization. You can always make a fictitious background and a fictitious organization which has got some similarity to give just to make justice to the story that you are going to tell. There you will have to also, in order to understand that something is going right or something is going wrong, you will have to tell the reader about the basic rules and the policies of the organization with regards to the issue that you are going to discuss in the case study. So that you have to do, and the procedures and policies has to be briefly explained so that the reader can understand that here, while the case is being narrated, there was some deviation, because you have already told them about briefly about the rules and the policies of the organization. Then you start writing the chronology of events, how it started, from where, what had happened, and some unusual incidents that had occurred, unforeseen incidents, some crisis, some emergency, or some mishap, whatever comes, you will have to start from the beginning of the case and make a chronology of the events in a very crisp and precise way. Don't go overboard to explain the thing. Don't make it a boring reading. Make it very short and keep explaining the entire case that related to the procurement, and then once you end it, you will have to conclude it. You will have to conclude it by saying certain words like what you have already written. It will be a reiteration, but the conclusion should be written by you in the case study. Like in my case, I have written, the case study suggests that the inordinate procurement delays in government and PSUs are mainly attributed by these factors, which I have already mentioned earlier, but I have to repeat it for the sake of the structure of the case study. I have to conclude it. And then I have written that it is observed that those who acquire sufficient knowledge on the subject are usually on tenure-based service to such departments and are transferred out, which I have discussed in the class of CVC guidelines. These have been reflected here. And then top decision-making authorities also suffer from the same dilemma and fear. It is therefore imperative that only qualified and experienced personnel should be assigned. This is a solution I am giving, as you have to give. Assign on these jobs in every department involved in activities related to public procurement. And then I go on. Then I also wrote that this case adds value to literature in public sector management, especially in Indian context, by showcasing how delays in general occur in public made by PSUs that can otherwise be avoided if there are standard operating practices in place instead of adopting the ad hoc measures in the name of prudence. Now, this is the end of the case study. I have given references to all the recognizing all the articles that I have gone through. You can see this is one page of references, and then here some more. Okay, so whatever you read, keep a track of it. Note down the references whenever you have to finally, as you say, bibliography in some cases in research papers. Here also you have to give the references. Now you have to give a teaching note. In the teaching note, you can give a teaching note, giving a summary of the case and all. But if you don't want that, you can at best, draft the probable or possible questions and analysis. What are the questions that can be asked? If you have gone through the case study and if you are the professor there and you are giving this case study to your students, so and ask them to study, then what kind of questions you are going to ask, and you are going to give them to have some to stimulate their thought process and come out with some possible analysis and answers. So this kind of questions are to be prepared by you, and also you will have to give a probable answer yourself, where actually you are giving those solutions, those you had thought about, and you are bringing it again back in the form of probable answers. So that is all about guidelines for writing case study. I have got nothing more to say, and it was, I have already told you that it will be a very brief session. There's not much substance that is there to discuss all about, and I would request you to download a few case studies from here and there related to procurement.
Sir, can you provide any source for that, specific source? We can search them on Google, but if you have any.
See, I used to do that, because if you are not subscribing to any journal,
okay, sir,
it will be very difficult for you. But in the internet, there are various kinds of case studies, and they can also guide you how to write. But I have given you a basic. Don't get yourself confused, because if you read too many methodologies, then maybe you will make a hodgepodge out of it. It will neither be this style and nor be that style. So I have given you a basic idea how to do it. If you want, I will leave behind my case study also, so that it can be shared with you. It has gone to the Asian Journal of Management Cases. I will share it with you. It has not yet been published, but it has gone to the journal. I will give you the presentation on guidelines how to write a case study, as well as a soft copy of this to your program coordinator of my case study. I write different. I write case studies in different formats, but for your purpose, I thought that this is the best format because it is related to procurement. And from now on, you start thinking about, even if you have not come across some case study, maybe one of your fellow colleague have. So you ask whether was there any interesting case that he has come across, and then it can be very small. Don't be ashamed. तो मेरा तो बस 4 ही पन्ने का हुआ है. अरे भाई, पन्ना बढ़ाना काम नहीं है, कंटेंट्स में काम होता है. You will have to make a richer content, not pages. Not everyone who takes extra pages gets full mark. होता नहीं. Intelligent लोग इतना ही लिखता है, marks लेके आ जाता है. So that's why I am saying, so don't get stressed. आराम से लिख लो, और एक फॉर्मेट जो है, मैं अपना जो केस स्टडी है वो भी शेयर इसलिए कर रहा हूँ ताकि आपको समझ में आ जाए. और इंटरनेट में तो thousands and thousands of case studies are there, and आप उसको, मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि लास्ट पीडीसीएम का तो मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन इसके पहले के पीटीसीएम के हम ही कोऑर्डिनेटर होते थे, क्योंकि आई वाज इट वाज माय ब्रेन चाइल्ड टू ब्रिंग अप दिस पर्टिकुलर डिप्लोमा कोर्स। तो उसमें हम दूसरे लोगों को बुलाते थे केस स्टडी पढ़ाने के लिए। तो आई वाज नॉट वेरी satisfied with how they were teaching. They were giving some big jargons. मुझे नहीं लगता है कि सबको समझ में भी आता था कि कैसे लिखना है। असली काम क्या है हमारे लिए भाई? You will have to write something and that should be in a very professional way. That is what I mean to say. It need not be superb, excellent, outstanding, but the case should be interesting. Find out a case which is very interesting. Maybe it is nothing, a very small case, but write it down. उसमें बहुत ज्यादा लिखने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। क्रोनोलॉजी ऑफ इवेंट्स कम होगा तो उसमें तो आपको बचत हो जाएगी लिखने का। क्रोनोलॉजी ऑफ इवेंट्स ही कम होगा, बट इंटरेस्टिंग होगा। तो आप उसमें से क्या मसला क्या है, व्हाट इज द क्रक्स ऑफ द थिंग, वो आप निकाल के जो है ना अपना थीसिस में उसमें लिखो, थीसिस स्टेटमेंट में लिखो, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट भी में भी लिखो, क्या एक्चुअली होता है और क्यों ऐसा हुआ था। वो मोस्टली जो होता है कि कभी कभी ऐसा होता है, आपने देखा होगा कि हम गलत स्पेसिफिकेशन में फंस जाते हैं। ऐसे बहुत सारे केसेस आपके पास होंगे। जो उस दिन भी कोई हमसे डिस्कस कर रहा था कि किसी बिल्ड ऑपरेटेड मेंटेन वाला केस था, जहां पर कुछ कॉम्प्लिकेशंस आया है क्योंकि साइट बदल रहा है। इस तरह के केसेस भी आते हैं। तो ऐसे केसेस में व्हाट शुड बी योर सोल्यूशन? अगर वो केस कंक्लूड हो गया है, आपने your company has suffered a loss due to that, then it becomes a even stronger case. तो उस केस को आप ये करो। और आपको एक चीज और बता दे कि आप अगर इफ यू गो टू द CIL वेबसाइट, वहां पर अगर आप विजिलेंस में जाओगे, इफ यू क्लिक विजिलेंस, वहां पर आप देखोगे कि वहां पर ईयर वाइज केस स्टडीज दिए हुए हैं। दोज आर नॉट केस स्टडीज, वी कॉल इट केसलेट्स, इट्स इवन स्मॉलर देन अ केस स्टडी। उसमें वो स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में नहीं है, लेकिन केसेस हैं। आपको एक आइडिया लग जाएगा। CIL वेबसाइट में विजिलेंस का जो सेक्शन है उसमें अगर आप क्लिक करोगे और उसमें जब केस स्टडीज में जाओगे तो आपको एक आइडिया लग जाएगा कि किस तरह के केसेस को डील करना है अपने केस स्टडी में। और वैसे ही सिमिलर केसेस ढूंढ लो और उस तरह का। और मैं फिर से सजेस्ट करूंगा कि डोंट टेक द नेम ऑफ योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, क्योंकि जब भी आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम लेते हैं, एज पर ऑल्दो इट इज समथिंग फॉर नॉलेज सेक, बट if you are writing the name of an organization, you have to take a permission from the organization. And if you are writing a hypothetical and fictitious kind of thing, you need not take any permission. But don't make it suggestive कि अरे ये तो होना हो वही जगह है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। You have to be very tricky about it. अगर आप वो झारखंड में है तो आपको लिखना है गुजरात, somewhere in गुजरात, मतलब लुकिंग लंदन टोकिंग टोक्यो। आपको थोड़ा सा मिसगाइड करके ऐसे लिखो। मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि लिखना नहीं चाहिए, बट उसके लिए आपको प्रॉपर परमिशन लेना पड़ेगा अगर आप अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम या किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम लेते हैं। इसीलिए फिक्टिशियस लिखे, हाइपोथेटिकल हो सारा चीज, और उसमें आप लिख डालो उसको। और अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम हो कुछ ये मेरे ईमेल आईडी भी है आपके प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर के पास। एक आध जन भेजोगे तो मैं रिव्यू कर सकता हूँ, सारे 60 आदमी भेज दोगे तो मैं रिव्यू नहीं कर सकता। अगर किसी को डिफिकल्टी है या डिस्कस करना है ओवर द फोन, दे कैन डिस्कस अबाउट इट। आई विल ट्राई माय बेस्ट टू हेल्प यू इन दिस रिगार्ड। और मैं दोनों का सॉफ्ट कॉपी देके जा रहा हूँ।
थैंक यू सर।
टुमारो आई एम लिविंग रांची एंड गोइंग बैक टू माय डेस्टिनेशन, माय प्लेस ऑफ पोस्टिंग। तो वहाँ थोड़ा इंटरनेट इश्यूज है, बट नेवरदलेस मेरे ऑफिस में तो इंटरनेट है, ऑफिस में देख ही सकता हूँ। अदरवाइज मैं अपने मोबाइल में ही देख लूंगा। इफ देयर इज एनी प्रॉब्लम आई विल डू इट। ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। अगर किसी को कुछ पूछना है देन आप हमसे पूछ सकते हैं। मिस्टर हरीश कुमार कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं?
No, sir. But sir, we have to use XYZ like in the place of organization.
XYZ, you can take names also. You can use some fictitious names. You हमने जब इस केस स्टडी को लिखा था मेरे को लिस्ट ऑफ PSUs इन इंडिया को चेक करना पड़ा, क्योंकि मैं जो नाम सिलेक्ट किया था वो ना हो ऐसा, मैंने खुदा ना खास्ता ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए, इसी नाम का एक सेंट्रल PSU ऑलरेडी है, इसलिए आई हैड टू चेक द लिस्ट ऑफ ऑल द PSUs बिफोर नेमिंग माय फिक्टिशियस PSU, you know. So that is how it should be. You have to be very cautious before you do it, कहीं एरर ना हो जाए। और डिस्क्लेमर जरूर लगा देना, अगर कुछ नीचे में जब भी करोगे तो डिस्क्लेमर लगा देना कि पूरे टोटली जो कैरेक्टर्स हैं एंड ये फिक्टिशियस है, अगर कोई रिजेम्बलेंस आता है तो इट इज अनइंटेंशनल, जैसे लिखा हुआ नहीं रहता टीवी सीरियल
मात्र एक संयोग है।
हाँ, आप उस चीज को जरूर लिख दें, डिस्क्लेमर लगा दें उसमें, ठीक है। एंड डोंट वरी, बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर एग्जाम एंड योर case study. I am pretty sure you will come up with very good case studies. I have got a plethora of case studies with me of the earlier participants, but those are with IIMM now. I have got copies of those, but I think you should not copy. Means their structures are not that good. हम चाहते हैं कि आप स्ट्रक्चरली लिखें, जो आपको एक ग्रामर होता है ना केस स्टडी का, उसको आप फॉलो करें, इसके अंदर में रहें, दायरे में रहें, तो देखने में भी काफी प्रोफेशनल लगेगा। दैट इज ऑल। ओके देन, शुड आई टेक लीव फ्रॉम यू?
सर एक क्वेश्चन था सर।
हाँ जी, एकदम पूछिए।
सर अभी तक बात हो रही थी कि हम लोगों को केस स्टडी लिखना है रिगार्डिंग प्रोक्योरमेंट।
हाँ
सर कोई ऐसा हमारे सर मैं CPTI से हूँ, एक ऐसा केस है हम लोगों ने टर्न की अवार्ड करा सर, और उसमें एक्सक्यूशन में कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है सर, तो बहुत ही अच्छा
कंक्लूड हुआ, केस कंक्लूड हुआ?
नहीं सर, अभी
नहीं
भी
हुआ तब भी केस स्टडी बन सकता है। आप ऐसा करो कि केस कहाँ जाके अटक गया है, इसके बाद आपके एनालिसिस में आ जाओ।
ओके सर,
एनालिसिस में आ जाओ, एनालिसिस में क्या क्या प्रोबेबल सॉल्यूशंस हो सकता है लिखो, बट डोंट राइट CMPTI, डोंट मेक इट सो ऑब्वियस कि लोगों को पता चल जाए। आप कुछ और लिखो। आप अगर वो टार्नकी प्रोजेक्ट किसी चीज का है तो दूसरे चीज का टार्नकी प्रोजेक्ट लिखो, और PSU का या एक बड़ा कंपनी का प्रोजेक्ट इंजीनियरिंग में ये प्रॉब्लम आया था, या माइनिंग का प्रॉब्लम आया था, इस तरीके से आप लिख सकते हो। बट यू नो यू हैव टू बी वेरी कॉशियस कि आप ऐसे कुछ मत लिख दो जो बहुत सजेस्टिव हो, क्योंकि आपका केस फाइल तो कंक्लूड नहीं हुआ अभी तक, चल रहा है। तो आप क्लू लेके थोड़ा सा अपने इमेजिनेशन का यूज करके आप एक केस स्टडी बना सकते हो। आपका बेसिक इंग्रेडिएंट वहां से ले लो। कभी कभी होता है ना कि आपको स्टार्टिंग मिल जाता है, एंड आपको करना होता है।
राइट सर, राइट सर।
जैसे हमारे बहुत सारे म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर्स वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक कॉपी करते थे, अभी पता चलता है, पहले तो पता नहीं चलता था। तो उनके जो स्टार्टिंग मुखड़ा होता था वो पूरा हुबहू नकल मार देते थे और बाद में थोड़ा इंडियनाइज कर देते थे, तो बाद वाला वेस्टर्न नहीं था। तो आप पहले वाला मुखड़ा वहां से ले लो, बाकी अपना इमेजिनेशन से क्या होना चाहिए या क्या हुआ एक कहानी बना डालो, इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। फॉर द सेक ऑफ द रीडिंग ऑफ द आई मीन पीपल आप लिख दो, लेकिन स्ट्रक्चर्ड वैसे लिखो और सॉल्यूशंस दो। हाँ, सॉल्यूशंस दो, उसमें क्या क्या प्रोबेबल सॉल्यूशंस हो सकता है, ये प्रॉब्लम क्यों आया, ये भी आपके क्वेश्चंस में होना चाहिए व्हेन यू आर गिविंग अ प्रोबेबल आंसर और एनालिसिस। आप उसको आप ऐसे करके लिखो, बड़ा क्रिएटिव ढंग से लिखो। दिस इज आल्सो अ क्रिएटिव वर्क
सर। और ये प्रॉब्लम किसके कारण आया सर, वो भी लिखना?
हाँ, आप लिख सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा स्मार्टली लिखो।
फाइन सर।
जैसे हम लोग बोलते हैं ना कि जब आप PI DPI होता है, प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ इन्फॉर्मर्स का जो रेजोल्यूशन ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया है कि आप अगर कोई कंप्लेन करना चाहते हैं अपने ही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में रिगार्डिंग करप्शन मैटर्स टू CVC, वहां बोला जाता है कि आप जो आपका जो बॉडी ऑफ द लेटर है उसमें ऐसा कुछ मत लिख डालो कि राइटर कौन है या ऑथर ऑफ द लेटर कौन है वो फटाक से पता चल जाए।
राइट सर, राइट सर।
हाँ, वैसा मत लिखो कुछ, ताकि वो पता चल जाए, वो सजेस्टिव हो, हाँ, क्लियर कट दिखाई दे, ऐसा मत लिखो। मतलब उसको ऐसे लिखो कि हाँ ये तुमको एक एक आइडिया दिया। राइटर नॉवेल लिखता है, वो तो कहीं रियल लाइफ से ही नॉवेल लिखता है ना, लेकिन
हाँ सर,
अपना कहानी बनाता है। He weaves the story. You will have to weave the case study in such cases.
ठीक है सर,
Okay.
थैंक यू सर।
Okay. Anyone else? Any question? No. So should we call it a day? Yes.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mayank Sharma, आपको कुछ पूछना है?
नहीं सर, एग्जाम से रिलेटेड पूछना था सर, मतलब इस तरह से आएगा, मतलब हम लोग को
देखिए
स्क्रैच
मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चंस आएंगे।
नहीं सर, केस स्टडी से रिलेटेड वी हैव टू राइट अ केस स्टडी
केस
आल्सो।
स्टडी के ऊपर में कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं आया।
ओके सर।
केस स्टडी तो आपको फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए ये सब्जेक्ट को हमने करिकुलम में रखा था, क्योंकि ज्यादातर लोगों को केस स्टडी लिखना नहीं आता है, तो सेशनल क्या लिखेगा? सेशनल का 25 मार्क कहां से आएगा अगर केस स्टडी लिखना नहीं आता है तो? दैट्स व्हाई दिस इज जस्ट टू फैसिलिटेट यू कि भाई केस स्टडी कैसे लिखा जाता है, क्योंकि आपके 100 में से 25 मार्क जो है आपके सेशनल में है।
जी सर।
आपको ये जमा करना है विद इन द डेडलाइन, इसीलिए
Okay.
उसके बारे में अभी से सोचना शुरू करो और स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे से लिख डालो। बाकी
Okay.
75 मार्क्स के ऊपर आपके रिटन टेस्ट होंगे। रिटन
Okay,
मतलब ऑब्जेक्टिव। इसके ऊपर कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं आएगा।
ओके सर।
तो आपको हेल्प करने के लिए घुसाया था हमने।
नहीं सर, आई जस्ट थॉट कि एग्जाम में भी अगर कुछ ऐसा केस स्टडी रिलेटेड, मतलब एक कुछ पैरा आएगा, फिर आपको
नहीं आएगा केस स्टडी।
केस स्टडी का सर वो भी होता है ना, जैसे केस स्टडी दिया है फिर
केस स्टडी इसलिए पढ़ाया जाता है, सुनिए, आपको केस स्टडी इसी पर्टिकुलर करिकुलम में इसलिए पढ़ाया जाता है टू गिव यू अ आइडिया। आपका कॉमन इरेगुलरिटीज के ऊपर कोई इस बार करिकुलम में है क्या? कॉमन इरेगुलरिटीज इन प्रोक्योरमेंट ऑफ गुड्स और कॉमन इरेगुलरिटीज इन प्रोक्योरमेंट ऑफ वर्क्स, इस तरह का आपके करिकुलम में है?
यस सर, लगता है कल की
सर बुकलेट में दिया हुआ है सर।
कल का है सर, एक रिलेटेड केसेस का।
उसमें से कुछ सवाल आएगा, उसमें से कुछ सवाल आएगा, मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन। देयर विल बी 4 ऑप्शंस, वन विल बी द राइट वन, और मेरे ख्याल से देयर इज नो नेगेटिव मार्किंग।
ओके
पहले से नहीं था, इसीलिए बहुत लोग जो अच्छे हैं थोड़ा बहुत, वो तो डिस्टिंक्शन से पास करते हैं, दे पास विद डिस्टिंक्शन। तो क्योंकि नेगेटिव मार्किंग नहीं है, तो यू हैव गॉट नथिंग टू लूज। थोड़ा सा फ्री होके अपना दिमाग लगा के, और क्लासेस में जो जो पढ़ाया गया है उसका थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। और एक चीज मैं टिप्स दे देता हूँ, प्रेजेंटेशंस में जो जो चीज है, जो आपके फैकल्टी लोग आपको प्रेजेंटेशंस में जो भी दिए हैं या देंगे, उसको माइन्यूटली अगर आप देख लोगे एक बार बहुत फोकस्ड वे से, तो मेरे ख्याल से आपका प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गया। वो अगर आप ठीक से देख लोगे, ज्यादा इधर उधर भटकने की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि क्वेश्चन तो वही आएगा ना जो पढ़ाया गया है।
ओके।
हाँ, उससे बाहर तो कुछ आएगा नहीं। बोर्ड या यूनिवर्सिटी तो है नहीं कि इधर उधर से उठा के दे देगा। So that's why whatever is being taught by your faculty will be there in your exam. Okay? Anything else?
Yes.
Thank you then, and best of luck to all of you.
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सर। नमस्ते सर।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
संजय बोल रहे हैं सर।
हाँ जी,
संजय सिंह बोल रहा हूँ सर।
कहाँ पर है आप? दिखाई नहीं देते हैं।
सर दिखेंगे नहीं सर, दिखेंगे नहीं, देखिए मत सर।
अच्छा, देखने हालत में नहीं हो। ठीक है, आई अंडरस्टैंड।
पूछ रहे थे क्वेश्चन आप ही ना बनाइएगा।
नहीं, हम नहीं बनाते हैं क्वेश्चन,
ऐसा मत कीजिए सर।
वो IIM बनाते हैं। सो ओके, यहीं पे बंद करते हैं। अब थोड़ा क्वेश्चंस उठपटांग आ रहा है। एनीवे, बाय देन।
ठीक है सर।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर।
सारा PPT तो अभी नहीं शेयर हुआ है ना अरुण?
नहीं, अभी तो मैक्सिमम नहीं शेयर हुआ है।
वही तो, 3 से क्वेश्चन आना है तो फिर PPT को तो चाहिए।
ऑनलाइन होगा ना एग्जाम अरुण?
ये तो अभी मोहित सर बताएंगे।
हाँ तो सेंटर अपने चॉइस का, मतलब ऑनलाइन मतलब कि सेंटर आप अपने मन से चूज कर लो।
होना चाहिए ऑनलाइन, ज्यादा बेटर रहेगा।
मोड ऑनलाइन है, सेंटर आप अपना देख लीजिए। 5 लोग एक जगह बैठिए, 10 लोग एक जगह बैठिए।
और क्या,
अभी से कारस्तानी शुरू हो गया।
और क्या, सब्सिडरीज वाइज बैठ जाएंगे क्योंकि नजदीक तो वही सेंटर।
और 2 सर्विस लाइन लेना है, एक पर ऑनलाइन एग्जाम देना है और एक पर इंटर क्या कहते हैं, इंट्रा बैच इंटरेक्शन होना है।
कॉन्फ्रेंस पे लग जाएगा, बाकी एक ग्रुप बन जाएगा।
अरे अरुण
सर।
अरे वो मजुमदार सर का नंबर है क्या?
हाँ हाँ सर है।
तो बोलो ना।
हाँ हम आपको व्हाट्सएप कर देते हैं।
हाँ ठीक है, ठीक, ओके ठीक। तो आप क्लास नहीं होगा, बंद किया जाए ना।
हाँ सर, अब कल होगा, हमको लगता है कल ही होगा अब एक लास्ट जो है।
ठीक है, ठीक है।
ठीक है सर।
मोहित सर कंक्लूड नहीं करेंगे क्या?
मोहित सर को वेट कर लिया जाए क्या?
अब
क्या
लग
पता
तो रहा
कोई
है,
सेशन,
अब वही ना, क्या पता अब बचे घंटे में कोई सेशन घुसा दें।
चाहे वही क्लास ले लें।
मोहित सर, आर यू देयर? मोहित सर सेशन शुरू करके कहीं निकल जाते हैं लगता है, और फिर सीधा 5 बजे आते हैं।
सेकेंड और फर्स्ट डे का रिकॉर्डिंग ये नहीं अभी भेजे हैं, उसका यूट्यूब लिंक नहीं था तो उसका रिकॉर्डिंग चाहिए होगा।
रिकॉर्डिंग इतना 3-3 घंटे का हम लोग एक साथ देख पाएंगे क्या? मतलब इतने क्लासेस का बहुत टाइम लगेगा।
नहीं ठीक है, मतलब एग्जाम के पहले अगर पीपीटी नहीं आता है, इधर उधर आता तो फिर रिकॉर्डिंग से ही देख के ना कुछ भी कर
अरे
पाएगा।
मैं मोहित सर को बोला हूँ कंक्लूड करने, अभी कर देंगे।
नहीं, वही तो।
आप प्रोग्राम रिकोऑर्डिनेटर हैं प्रथम साहब।
अब किसी को तो करना होगा ना।
अरे नहीं,
प्रथम सर क्वेश्चन का पता चलेगा तो बताइएगा।
क्या बोल
प्रथम
रहे हैं?
सर क्वेश्चन का पता चलेगा, क्वेश्चन लीक होगा तो बताइएगा हम लोग को भी।
अपना डिपार्टमेंटल होता तो लीक हो भी जाता, IIMM से आना है।
मतलब बड़ा।
अरे सर वो खाली वो बोलने के लिए IIMM से आएगा, जब पीपीटी हमारे लोग बनाए हैं तो IIMM से कहाँ से आएगा?
आशीष
IIMM वाकई में कोई इंस्टीट्यूट तो है ना भाई?
देखिए ना सर, कुछ
नहीं है।
कुछ कुछ क्वेश्चन संजय सिंह साहब बनाएंगे, कुछ वो मैम बनाएंगी, तो कुल मिला करके इधर से ही लोग बना करके भेजेंगे।
अभी चाके
आशीष
Okay,
से
then for
हेडक्वार्टर
today,
में हो या आरआई में हो
guys,
आशीष?
we can end the session and we will meet again
हेलो
tomorrow.
हेलो, यस आशीष।
आशीष रोशन बोल रहा हूँ सीसीएल से।
हाँ सर।
ये सीएमपीडी हेडक्वार्टर में हो कि आरआई में हो?
For
नहीं सर,
today,
मैं हेडक्वार्टर में हूँ।
excuse me, for today today's our session is end. If you want to continue discussion, we can open the session, and if you want, we can end the class.
So we can end the class.
सर पीपीटीज कब तक मिल जाएंगे सर?
पीपीटी अभी अभिजीत सर दे दिए, वो भी मैं भेज देता हूँ. जो उसे नहीं मिला उन फैकल्टी को मैं फॉलो अप कर रहा हूँ, मिलते ही मैं सारा भेज दूंगा.
सर इकट्ठे सर एक बार
रिकॉर्डिंग
क्या
D1 D2 का रिकॉर्डिंग
डे 2 का रिकॉर्डिंग मेरे पास है एक 1.14 GB का, उसको मतलब अपलोड करूंगा, फिर भेजता हूँ आपको.
ठीक है सर.
सर पीपीटी इकट्ठे एक जगह गूगल ड्राइव में मिल जाता तो बेहतर रहता.
सर मैं डेली तो भेजते जा रहा हूँ, अब आप में से कोई भी आदमी उसको इकट्ठा करके ले सकता है, या तो आप अलग अलग भेजना है या डेली भेजना, बात तो बराबर ही है सर.
नहीं ठीक है, आपको जैसा कन्वीनियंट है आप भेज दीजिए.
मैं सारा
से
भेज
आप
दूंगा,
परेशान
जो
हैं.
मुझे मिलेगा अब आप उसको अपने पास करके रख लीजिए सर.
एकदम.
ओके सर.
और सर वो क्वेश्चन विथ आंसर एग्जाम वाला,
उसका एग्जाम वाला सर अलग से एक दिन मीटिंग रखेंगे क्लास के बाद, देन बात करते हैं सर. अभी उस बारे में अभी पहले क्लास अटेंड कीजिए, देन वी विल हैव ए मीटिंग.
आज तक खत्म होने जा रहा है और एक दिन बचा है.
मोहित सर.
हाँ सर, अभी तो आपको केस स्टडी लिख के सबमिट करना है, उसके बाद हम लोग एक बार एग्जाम के बारे में मीटिंग करेंगे ऑनलाइन. बोलिए सर.
मोहित सर.
हाँ बोलिए सर.
या तो आप उसको
सर आपका आवाज वॉइस ब्रेक हो रहा है, आवाज नहीं आ रहा सर.
मोहित सर.
क्या चीज सर? मेल में क्या डालूं?
पूरा शेड्यूल जो कोर्स का हुआ है उसको
ठीक है वो प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल में भेज दूंगा सर. प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल और पीपीटी भी मैं हो गया तो सारा कलेक्ट करके एक फोल्डर को जिप करके आपको मेल में भेज दूंगा.
मोहित सर केस स्टडी कब तक जमा करना है?
ठीक है
सर 31 जनवरी.
31 जनवरी तक.
टॉपिक सर अपने को ही सिलेक्ट करना है.
टॉपिक तो आपको खुद को सेलेक्ट करना है, जिसपे भी आप लिखना चाहो.
सेंड किसे करना है सर? आपको करना पड़ेगा कि एएमएम को करना पड़ेगा?
आप अपना वाला केस स्टडी वाला भेजिएगा मोहित जी सबको, सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को.
सर मेरा तो 2016 का था, अब तो वो मुझे मिलेगा भी नहीं, मैंने कहाँ रखा हुआ है.
तो उसको 2021 में कर देना है ना. 20
कोई सैंपल मिलेगा तो मैं सैंपल आपको एक भेज दूंगा.
हाँ वो बेटर है.
लिखे थे ना मोहित जी, लिखे थे ना.
रोशन सर
जी सर.
मोहित सर को 25 नंबर मिला था केस स्टडी में.
सबसे कम 50 में से मिनिमम जो 25 होता है वही मिला था सर.
नहीं तो वो पूछ रहे लिखे थे ना, 25 लिखने का मिला था ना
सर. 25 लिख के कुछ भी दे दिए उसी का मिला था, नहीं तो वो भी नहीं मिलता.
अच्छा ठीक.
अच्छा इतना तो एश्योर रहे कि 25 तो मिल ही जाएगा. क्यों?
हाँ मोहित जी के कॉन्फिडेंस है, ये आप पिक कर सकते हैं.
सर आप लोग तो खुद से कर दोगे, उसमें कुछ नहीं है. मैंने तो लास्ट दिन मतलब मेरा तो मिस हो गया था शेड्यूल, तो लास्ट टाइम में रिमाइंडर जो रहता है बिल्कुल तब मैंने लिख के दिया था.
अच्छा इसीलिए 25 मिला.
हाँ इसीलिए 25 मिला.
रोशन सर, अरुण सर, आप लोग लिख करके हम लोग को सेंड कर दीजिएगा.
मोहित सर.
हाँ बोलिए.
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में मैं डाल दूंगा सर.
केस स्टडी कहाँ पर मिलेगा? नेट में
स्टडी. लेकिन सर सबको अलग अलग लिखना है, एक ही थोड़ी लिखना है. एक लिख दोगे तो सर फिर कैसे काम चलेगा? सबको अपना अपना लिखना है.
अरे
समझ में तो आ जाएगा.
कहानी
सब तो हाइपोथेटिकल ही लिखना है सर.
हाइपोथेटिकल लिखना है तो सब लोग एक जैसा सोचेंगे, बस नाम कैरेक्टर अलग अलग होंगे.
वो सर आप देख लीजिए.
रोशन सर और अरुण सर आप ही लोग को लीड करना है.
अच्छा मोहित सर सुनिए,
केस स्टडी दे दीजिए सर हमको.
बोलिए सर.
ये बोल रहा हूँ सर, आपको जो ग्रुप है अपना पीडीसीएम व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है, उसको आप ओपन कर सकते हैं आप.
हाँ अब तो कोई रिफंड नहीं मांगेगा आपसे, इसलिए आप ओपन कर दीजिए.
ओपन अब एग्जाम के बाद ही होगा सर.
अरे
नहीं सर कर दीजिए सर, हम लोग के डिस्कशन के लिए सही रहेगा.
सर इतना मैसेज आ जाता है सर, वो सब देख पाना मुश्किल रहता है. फिर रियलिटी में कोई मैसेज भी आएगा तो उसकी भी वो उसमें रह नहीं पाती है सर. किसी को इंडिविजुअल कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो आप आपस में, सबका तो नंबर है ही है. मेरे से कुछ पूछना है तो आप मेरे को पर्सनल मैसेज कर लीजिए.
ये
ग्रुप ओपन करने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
IMMM
नहीं सर, मुझे ही मेल करना है.
ओके
सर एक सैंपल केस स्टडी भेज दीजिए हमको.
सर इसके डिटेल भेज दूंगा, केस स्टडी का अलग से एक पीडीएफ बना के, क्या कब तक टाइमलाइन के साथ आपको.
वैसे कब तक देना है सर?
सर 31 जनवरी तक देना है. मैं आपको इसी मंथ के एंड तक पूरा डिटेल लिख के कि क्या टॉपिक कैसे कैसे क्या कितने तारीख तक देना है लिख के एक पीडीएफ बना के भेज दूंगा, मेल भी कर दूंगा और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में भी डाल दूंगा।
इसमें भी कोई वर्ड लिमिट वगैरह रहेगा क्या?
सर लिमिट नहीं है सर, वो आपके ऊपर है कितना बड़ा आप लिखना चाहते हो किस।
ठीक
है सर, you can conclude the session.
Okay, थैंक